everybody, and welcome to Tales from the Archives Reverie. I'm so excited to see you, and I hope you're happy to be here. Let's get started the way we always do with some introductions. Hello, I am James. It's Pride Month, so I'm an extra gay James, limited time only. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm your game master for Reverie. You can find me some places at Nice One James, other places at TTRP Gay. It's my little quest hook to you. You're welcome. You can also find me being extraordinarily feral on all social media platforms because there's Dragon Age content, and I'm a changed man, and I'm sorry to anyone who follows me for that. But in a much realer sense, I'm not. And that's me. We'll move on from there to Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can find me most places on the internet at Sapphic Straganona or just Sapphic Straga. You can also find my writing in the upcoming tabletop baking adventure Story Bake. Go check it out. There is beta testing for that game is opening up pretty soon, and the game that I wrote for it is going to be one of the ones that is offered. So check it out and be nice to me, please. Be nice to me on the internet because I personally think it fucking slays. So that's where you can find me.
Hell yeah, thank you so much, Diana. We'll move on over to Mara.
Hey everybody, my name is Mara. You can find me on the internet at College of Lore Dropout or just Lore Dropout. You can guess which one. You can also find me along with my good friend Diana over on Dungeon Scrawlers, playing a Star Wars 2nd Edition Boys at System Crunchy, but boy is the story we're telling also cool. We're recording our finale this week, so if you haven't started season 1, now's your chance. I love you, and I think your hair looks nice.
Oh my god, Thank you. Do you mean that? Wow. Incredible. We will move over to Sweet.
Hello, I am Sweet. You can find me at most places _Sweet Stories. I said I was going to be posting more content. Something happened with the mail. We're going to be posting more content eventually, sure. But meanwhile, you can find me on Twitter, arm wrestling and fighting people about freaking Arcane because they have a lot of opinions that are wrong. Factually by me, because I know what's right. No, it's not true. But I will be defending Mel with my life, even though she is not my favorite character, but I will defend her like she is. So yeah, that's what I'm doing.
And honestly, you're right, and you should say it.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are. I'm just going to say, objectively, you're correct. I've declared it. I'm sort of stamping my little DM scepter. It's done. Last but never least, Jess.
Hello everyone, I'm Jess. You can find me on the internet at Seriously. You can also find me just every day of this month going, has it been my birthday yet? Because I apparently don't know the date of my birthday, I just know it's in June. So if one of you figures it out before I do, let me know.
I'll let you know. I'll keep an eye out, and I'll just pass it on.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Unfortunately, Grace cannot be here with us today, but we are sending her lots and lots of love. Also, today, Kit is our stream producer. Everyone clap for Kit in the chat. They're doing an excellent job. Kit, please feel free to plug anything you want in the chat if you would like to. We're very proud of them, and we love them, and they're slaying it. Let's move on to some announcements. As always, be sure to follow us on social media. You can find us most places at Starlight Tales, or more commonly at Starlight Tales _, including Twitter and YouTube. We have our VODs from past shows on YouTube. If you are watching this in the future, hello, I hope things are normal there. I hope Dragon Age is out where you are. God's willing. And we also are on Instagram and TikTok. Also, we have a fan Discord. It's a really, really lovely place in there if you'd like to join. Twitter and Discord also get weekly updates about our upcoming programming, so they're both a really good way to sort of keep a finger on the pulse of what your favorite space gays are doing. We also have a Patreon. There's a lot of really cool exclusive content over there, and it helps us make the queer and trans in space content that we love to make here. If you're supporting us there, hey, thanks so much for helping us be gay. And a little extra thank you because it's Pride Month. And also, if at any point you're in the market for a dice or tabletop accessories, be sure to check out Die Hard Dice. Very lovely people with some very lovely stuff. If you find something you like, which you probably will, because they make a lot of really beautiful things and it's a bane to my wallet, be sure to use code STARLIGHT10 and check out for 10% off your order. A little Pride Month gift from us to you, but it also works outside of Pride Month if you're watching this later. And also, our music today is done by the lovely folks over at Michael Gelfi Studios. They've got really great music. Go give them a listen if you get a chance. And I think that's it. Do we have any other announcements? Hell yeah. Other than it's Pride Month, so you're gay now. Boom, I've transed your gender. And without further ado, let's all settle in and crack open tonight's chapter of Tales from the Archives. and welcome back. Let's talk about the last time that we saw our party. Last episode, we picked up in the fallout of the Monarch Ball, with our party reassembled and taking stock of their new lives. From graveyard visits to new homes, each person explored the new world unfolding around them, grieving what once was before looking forward. I can read my own notes. Camille broke off from the group in search of answers in magic, and the rest of our party eventually reconvened in the circle of old oaks, worried for Venus Sweetgrass's safety. When they arrived, they found the ashes of a ritual long since finished, and a new memorial tree where Astra's once stood. Reeling from the understanding that Venus had passed into the lands of the dreaming, our party was soon hit with a second revelation. Queen Cordelia of the Oaks, the queen whose dress Elise had donned for the Monarch Ball and the person the tree was meant to honor, may not be as lost as believed, and instead could be living happily as a ruler in the Silver City on Coramiria, discovered thanks to Alia's new memories. And as most of our party stood here, contemplating the next step forward, a branch snapped in the darkened woods. A moment later, Duchess Maristella, heir to the Selkie court, stepped from the shadows and said, "Your Highnesses, I'm so glad you're all right." But instead of picking up there, we're gonna go check in with my good friend Camille at the gatehouse. Camille, as you walk, as you make your way up to the gatehouse, you are still you can hear as you pass by the revelry that is still occurring in the estate. Honestly, even louder than before. The stringed instruments are playing just beautiful, boisterous music. You hear laughter and the clink of glasses from past stained glass windows. And you can make your way over to the gatehouse if you'd like. The area around here.
A little nosy though too, because she.
Oh my god, yeah, absolutely. Of course you can be a little nosy.
She's passing by the party?
Yeah, you have to kind of pass into the estate to get to the gatehouse. 100%. I love that. Make me a little perception check.
Definitely. I think she wants to see, is Farah alive? And what the hell's going on over there?
Fair.
And her family, because her family's there too. What do you say? Perception? 15.
Yes. 15, I think, off the bat, you are, I think, assuaged that, nobody that's here that remembers anything remembers the fight. And in fact, everyone here is just, genuinely having a good time. I think as you pass by, you can, peek in a couple windows or open doorways. Let me roll a luck check to see. Yeah, I think you do manage to see Farah kind of stationed in that same corner that they mostly had been. Looking fine, has a drink in hand and is sort of talking to that same guard that they'd been talking to earlier, and shoulders are relaxed, looks okay, looks comfortable. I think you don't see your family, but you also don't see signs of any continuing distress or fighting. I think you see a lot of nobility who are sort of beginning to have gotten a little more drunk than they probably should have, who are singing very loudly and arms over each other and sort of dancing in a way that is more stumbling than dancing. I would say you probably don't catch sight of the queen or of anything like that unless you would like to sneak up and peek into the main area of the ball where everything happened a moment ago.
Yeah, can I look?
Yeah, are you trying to sneak in, or are you just kind of... Because you have every right to be here. But.
No, I think Camille, especially with the type of fae that she is, that shapeshifts a lot, I think she knows how to, pretend.
Absolutely.
So I think she's just gonna do a little walk through, she's taking a walk about the room just to see, what's going on. If there's, somebody with a glass, a tray of, drinks, she'll probably grab it to, blend in a little bit more.
Yeah, 100%. You can easily kind of grab a flute of champagne and breeze through. And yeah, I think it kind of strikes you in this moment how surreal this feels to you, as, because of the magic that whisked you away, your memories of this moment are still this hulking dragon and this fight and people fleeing and screaming, and you walk in here and it's just a party. It's a really good party, actually. People seem to be having a much better time, frankly, than they were at the old one, probably because there is no weird, stuffy, royal kind of looming over everybody from the front of the room. But yeah, I think with that, I think you can easily kind of spot, you catch a glimpse of your parents kind of off in one corner near the throne where you do see Queen Astra is seated with this sort of like crown of glimmering starlight and constellations in this same dress. She's seated in the throne and like looks not like comfortable in the sense of like hanging out comfortable, but very comfortable here in this throne. And you see Wisteria is standing beside her and they're sort of like discussing something in quiet terms or in quiet like hushed voices. Does not seem to notice you, either of them, or if they do, they don't bring any attention to it. But yeah, it honestly seems it's normal in a really weird way.
Yeah.
Because of what just happened.
Okay.
But I will say, I think the one thing that strikes you as odd that you notice is the stained glass wall at the back of this room is now gone. And you see there is like a castle, probably Thicket, just because of his own luck, is in the back sweeping up broken glass in the corner.
I think she like sees this and like looks at her parents, makes sure that they're okay, and like everybody looks like they're having a good time, and she's like, okay. She kind of like takes a walkabout to like where Thicket is, and kind of goes, "Psst, Thicket."
Kind of like jumps and all of the glass like rattles, and I think some of it like spills out onto the ground. It's like a little ding 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 on the ground, and then kind of looks up at you and goes, "Oh. Hi," and does a very overdramatic bow that spills another half of the glass back onto the ground, and then stands back up and just, hi.
Thicket. No, you didn't have to bow. Thicket. Hi, Thicket. How are you?
I'm all right, all things considered. Yeah, how are you? You look great. You look wonderful.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. No, I was wondering about this glass, and I knew you could tell me about it. So what happened here?
Oh, kind of like blinks at it, and kind of like blinks up at where you know this huge stained glass, like back wall, almost wall more than window used to be, and kind of blinks at the glass and goes, I don't actually know. Bro, how are you? You look really great. You having a nice time at the party?
I'm great. This is a big window. You don't know anything that's happened for this
Looks
whole
back up at the
party.
wall. It doesn't look like a window. Like just an open wall.
An open wall. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Which is customary for castles to have an open wall that looks...
I don't know anything about castle design, you know, they don't really pay me for that.
Okay. Can I assess, like, can I do, like, an insight check? Is Thicket... Can I tell if our friendship is the same, or has it changed? Like...
I think without even a check, you pick up on two things. I think one, you very much feel that like your relationship with Thicket, and you have memories as well that suggest that your friendship with Thicket is the same.
Okay.
I think what you pick up more than anything is there is some sort of like inconsistency with what caused this glass to shatter and the new reality that is in Thicket's mind, and the place where they don't mesh, there is just like the equivalent of like TV static.
Yeah.
And so unable to sift through it, Thicket just kind of goes to the first thing that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I am well. Actually, I'm late for something.
Oh, well, don't let me keep you. I'll just be, hey, just sweeping.
Right. I came to you. I was checking in on you. Well, I hope that they send somebody else over to help you, because this is a lot of class with this one person.
It's not right. It's better than having to clean out all the champagne flutes, so I'll take it.
Yeah, sure. One broken glass over another. Sure, all right then. Well, you take care of yourself. I'm gonna go.
You too.
Thank you. She, like, goes and he just like, didn't want to take care of a champagne flute. She definitely hands them her champagne flute. And then
100%. I'm obsessed with that, yeah. Are you heading to the gatehouse?
Yes.
Incredible. Yeah, the walk there is easy enough. The farther you get from the main rooms of the estate where the ball is still happening, the more quiet it gets. And as you kind of turn the corner and can take in the gatehouse, you see that it's actually been expanded. It's a lot bigger than it was under Ambrose's rule, and it now takes up a really major part of the estate's outer wall. You can see there are lights on inside, but you don't see much movement. Like every now and then in one of the really high windows that you know, like where some people in the Arcane Inquisitors sleep, you see like a figure kind of pass by. But it seems like the bulk of the Arcane Inquisitors are not here. But the door is not guarded as it was before because there's nothing to investigate anymore. And you can walk in if you would like to.
Can I ask a question?
I love questions.
So, a lot has changed with these people.
Yeah.
And I know as a wizard, I have to prepare spells every day.
Mhm.
But this version of Camille would not have prepared for a battle. This version of Camille
Sure.
would have probably prepared for something else. So can I swap out spells without needing to long rest because this Camille probably prepared for something else than a battle today for a ball?
I know that I know you. Green, do you remember? I believe I said you could switch out one or two. Oh, did I just freeze? One spell? I will let you switch out one spell for the moment here, as you are still kind of yourself, but are becoming this new person.
Gotcha.
For now.
Her. Okay. So, so she goes into, like, I think she feels so weird, like, not having to change into Ivy. I think, like, in her, like, her eyes are huge, her onyx, like, eyes, like, little stars in them start to shift a little bit as she thinks, like, she has to switch out, but then realizes, oh, wait, I run this place!
Yeah.
Oh! And she walks in, but does she have, like, a little key? Like, how does she...
Yeah, the door is open at this point because a lot of people have sort of been coming and going. You can walk into this grand room that the last time you saw in person with char marks and this sort of splash of blue ink, and now it looks a lot more put together. And actually, as you step in, while the bulk of this large room is completely empty, there is one figure here. You see there is a very formal jacket kind of tucked over the back of a chair, and you see Margot standing in front of this huge bookshelf holding like a stack of books, and there's a few more, and you see like a row that's been emptied out. She's just kind of humming softly and like picking up a book, looking at the spine, putting it in its right place, and just sort of rearranging this bookshelf.
Oh.
And you, as a reminder, would know that in this new world, Georgie is the High Inquisitor.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
But it's Margot who's here or Georgie who's here?
No, it's Georgie. I'm sorry.
Okay. I gotcha. Oh, hello, High Inquisitor.
Oh, kind of turns around. Hi. Oh, Camille. It's so good to see you. Sorry, you startled me a little bit, but I'm just in my own world. You look incredible, as always.
Thank you so much. What are they wearing? Are they dressed for the ball?
Yes and no. They're in their like formal kind of Inquisitor outfit. So you see they're wearing like the jacket that's kind of hung over is incredibly formal and has like sharp angles and like is gilded in sort of gold embroidery. They're not like on theme, but they are technically wearing their like formal uniform.
And you wear your uniform well.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. A little dressy around here, but you know.
No, I think you fit in quite perfectly.
Thank you.
What happened here? This whole shelf is down.
Oh, well, it's, some of the new recruits kind of came in, and it's not their fault. They were just excited, and they pulled a bunch of books off, and they put them all in the wrong place, and it's been bothering me for like 2 weeks, but I haven't had a moment. So, I just figured Luca bailed somewhere, and Margot ran off with someone, so I figured I'd catch up on a little work. The gatehouse is quiet for once. Reorganize some of the books. But what are you doing here, though? You never struck me as the leaving a party early type. Not that I don't welcome the company. Happy
I
to
do
have you here.
for one thing only, and that's inspiration. So
I
decided to yes, of course. I decided to come here and do a little research for a new thing. I'm always looking for a new design, cutting edge design. Yes, that's the phrase that people use. So I was thinking, I don't know if you know, something with like big magic, things that could alter reality or
Ooh, that is fun.
Change memory or anything in that realm.
Yeah. And I think you see Georgie, like, just, like, really, like, happy to have something, like, fun and magical to kind of dig into. Kind of, like, tucks the 2 books that were still in her hands under their kind of shoulder, under their arm against their hip. And kind of, first of all, fun. Love that.
Right.
I mean, you could check, it's not my sort of area of expertise, but you could check the Inquisitor sort of archives. I feel like there's a lot of secret, big kind of stuff in there. I mean, you know, there's like some artifacts that'll do that kind of around.
Really?
There's like, yeah, like I'm not super, artifacts isn't like fully my thing. That's kind of more like Nim's thing, but yeah. But I know there are some. I think there's, yeah. And you see kind of like blinks a little bit in the same way that Thicket did. And like that static kind of takes over and just, yeah, but if there's anything, it's probably in the Inquisitor archives. If you, and I think, no, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, it just seemed like you were lost in thought there about artifacts.
Oh, it has been a long day. I probably just lost my train of thought for a second. But no, I'm all good. Yeah, I'm sorry that's not my area of expertise.
That's
I totally
alright.
would love to help you, but
No, you said Nim's nose.
yeah, Nim Kander, who you would know is as well one of the Inquisitors. I think they are potentially getting absolutely blasted at the party right now. But you could probably catch them tomorrow, maybe later in the day tomorrow, because they're probably going to be a little hungover. Yeah.
That's fine. Well, I could just take a little walk about the room
Yeah.
and try to figure out some things so I can have specific questions for Nims tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and I think at this moment you hear like a kind of soft scratching behind you, and Georgie kind of like peeks their head around, and you see like a fascinated smile kind of pick up and go, "What is this? You got a little buddy come here?"
Oh, Barry!
You see Barry is like this long kind of peacock beak is just sort of like pecking at the spine of one of the books that's like especially glittery. And I think there's half a second where you begin to see some of the gold like filter up the beak, and then Barry clearly has an internal dialogue of, I'm not supposed to do that, and like pulls back and stops and like looks up at you in the corner of his eye.
Yes, that's my little I'm workshopping, figuring out familiars right now.
Oh,
Not sure that's even how that
very
works,
You.
but-
He's very
Oh,
cute. We
thank
love a
you,
little
thank
peacock
you.
moment. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, don't you have little dragon, little...
This is me, James. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh, yeah, I mean, you know, I think she's kind of hanging out in the library. She kind of just likes to keep to her own. We're like friends, we're buds. We gotta keep our distance sometimes, you know? They get a little like touchy sometimes. It's a cat thing, I think. I mean, not that she's a fairy dragon, she's not a cat, but like has kind of big cat energy.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They have that. They do.
Yeah, but they're around here.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it's all love. It happens like that. It's like siblings almost sometimes.
Yeah. You know, sometimes thick as thieves, sometimes it's like, don't look at me. That's sort of
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, they're around if you want to go say hi.
Sure. Thank you so much. I
Yeah,
just
of course.
was making sure that was still real here. Yes. Okay, good. I will see you soon. I'm
Okay,
gonna go
great.
And check those artifacts.
Sounds good. Have fun. You need anything, let me know.
Sure, I will. She goes off.
Yeah, absolutely. You can easily make your way up into the Inquisitor archives. And I think that, like, this is probably not a place necessarily that you have been before. You've been into this sort of, like, secret section where, like, the archives are researched, or the artifacts are researched and stuff. But even, like, as you kind of reach the door, you can tell that this space is a lot bigger, and that part of the expansion that happened here was very much in this area. And as you reach up, you see there is a little kind of spot for your Arcane Inquisitor pin to be put in.
She goes ahead, puts her pin in.
Yeah, as you kind of place it in, you see the outline of it light up in this sort of gold color, and then the whole frame lights up, and you watch as the door kind of lights in that same gold, and the gold fills in all the cracks. And then the door clicks and swings open, and you have a massive library in front of you. It's like not obviously quite this scale, but it's very end of Indiana Jones Raiders of the Lost Ark when they're walking through that massive thing. Not that big, but a giant huge library. There are some sections where there are like artifacts or like really ancient books that are encased in glass. There's a lot of really nice plush chairs and couches in here. But yeah.
I think she walks into the room. It's like a freaking kid in a freaking candy shop. I think
100%.
Elise has probably seen that look on Camille's face every time she comes in for a new research session. But yeah, she starts walking down to wherever well, I think she goes straight to A, like looking at different artifacts, right? Like, you know, that are cataloged. But I think under this section of A, she looks for any book that might start with the name of like Ambrose's, like, you know, what is it? When it's written by somebody else. It's a
Sure.
Not an autobiography, but a biography, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, anything about Ambrose. She's trying to see if there's any books around about him.
Yeah, make me a perception check, and I'll give you advantage as you can kind of tap into the memories of other Camille's life and sort of innately know where some things are.
That's a nat 20.
Hell yeah! Incredible. Incredible. With a nat 20, I think, one, you find very little trace of Ambrose at all in here. I think if you, like, kind of pull out a book that's, like, Everglyn in its history, like a very kind of traditional thing, you find the name in there as a past king, but there's almost nothing. If you didn't know Ambrose, it ends with Astra. So, no, as in, like, when did Ambrose's like reign end? Oh, I see. It's been about, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I believe it's been about 20 to 30 years.
Oh wow.
Since,
okay.
It ended. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a while. And there's like, even in places where like, you know, there should be information about, you know, like Ambrose, the insert adjective here, led the realm and blah, blah. There's nothing. It's just sort of like Ambrose, former king of Everglyn. It's almost as if this sort of change has gone through and tried to erase not just anything good that he did, but anything except his name. And the only reason his name is there is because Astra needs that marriage to have a claim to the throne. It's very odd. But with a natural 20, as you're kind of looking through, I think you do find, I think, a couple tomes that are like, you know, artifacts of the Castellan expanse and have like some information and like rumors and stuff. But I think one that ends up kind of catching your eye is on like high level rituals with sacrifice involved and like the idea of intense and impactful magic that takes as much as it gives. And with the natural 20, you can kind of like settle in and begin working your way through all of these, you know, huge tomes, some of which are fairly new and their pages are still crisp and beautiful, and some of which are very clearly very old and carry that kind of like aged parchment smell. And you see, as you're kind of reading, this takes like a little while. At a certain point, Barry kind of starts getting bored and just starts kind of having the zoomies and like walking up and down these huge kind of areas. But I think what you find that sort of like really catches in your mind in this book about giving and taking and magic, you come across a little blurb within this that suggests that sometimes in spells that require sacrifices, or specifically like really like rituals is kind of what's more commonly talked about, but that a sacrifice is not finalized until the effect is complete. And with a nat 20, I think what kind of flags for you in this moment is the conversation that you had the other day where I think it was Elise mentioned that Threadweaver takes a decent amount of time to spread and to settle. And what you come away from after reading this tome is that for as long as the effect, this like change in reality is spreading through the planet, until the very last thing is changed, if you can find or alter whatever it is that Astra sacrificed, if you can like step in the way of that, you can probably reverse the changes to the world entirely.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah. She writes that down for sure.
Beautiful. Also,
can I?
Oh no, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you're okay.
Let me ask her. I think I'll forget it.
Yeah. No, please.
So, I think she has a lot of questions about how they're able to remember and how that comes into like this piece of new information as well.
Yeah.
Like them remembering their old life, because nobody else seems to remember for real.
Right.
Like, does this have anything to do with the fact of like Oliver making their wish of remembering him, and is that why we're able to keep our memories, or is this just the effect like not taking in its place on us yet, and are we like part of like the effect coming into place, if that makes sense?
That absolutely makes sense. It's a great question. I think with your Nat 20 and with a lot of the conversations you guys have had about Threadweaver recently, I think what feels to you most likely is that for some reason Astra decided to exclude you from it. You know that like I think because of what happened with Oliver, like you know that people can kind of exempt certain places and people within it, and for whatever reason Astra chose not to deprive all of you of your memories and the life that you had lived before.
Okay.
Also in your research and in the time you spend here, because you rolled a nat 20 and that's incredible, you find 4 spell scrolls that you think potentially could be helpful in the future. If you would like to, you probably don't have time sitting here, but in the future, if you would like to, you can sit and take a couple hours for each one and put this into your spell book, so you can have access to these on a recurring basis. Sorry?
I think she has a quick study.
Oh, you do have a feat, don't you? I'm not right about it.
No,
Or
I think
it's, I know, it might be a feature. I will noodle about it in just a moment when we go back. I remember writing a thing for you. I will also look in just a second.
time for her.
Yes.
To write things in her spell book.
Yes, absolutely. So you would know the scrolls that you find, and I will send these to you in just a moment. You find Contact Other Plane. We are not using insanity mechanics because boo tomato, so when you read the spell, ignore that. But you find Contact Other Plane. You find a scroll for Legend Lore, a scroll for Pass Wall, and a scroll for True Seeing. You would know the first 3 of those are level 5, True Seeing is level 6, so with a half time, we'll round down. The first 3 would take you about 2 hours each to put in your spellbook. The last one would take you 3 hours to put in your spellbook.
Okay. So I'll have to come back another day to write everything down.
Well, you're taking the scrolls with you, so you can, if you want, like, as we kind of look to the future and potentially, like, travel time involved, we can say, like, I take this time to do that. We'll make time for it if you'd like. If there's any that you decide not to or you don't have time to, though, this spell scroll still works for 1 casting of each of those spells.
Cool. Can I be sent those by?
Absolutely, I'm copy and pasting them right now. And also, while you're researching here, you get a text from, I believe, Lark, if I remember correctly. And as you kind of look at your holo transmitter, would you make me a Constitution or a Wisdom saving throw?
Oh, shit. My Constitution is 0, so I'll do Wisdom. Okay. That's a +9. I got a 19.
19, that's enough. As you kind of look down at your holo transmitter, there's a moment where, like, it lights up and there's nothing there, and as you kind of, like, squint and focus at it, and you can almost, like, feel yourself sifting through that TV static and, like, the part of yourself that is still the you that you know and the life that you have actually lived kind of, like, push through this effect and access what you see is a message from Lark, whose contact you would not have in this new life, but you have sort of overcome that blip in the world, and you do see it's from Lark, letting you know that the team is going to the Circle of Old Oaks. So you know where the party is when you are ready to head off.
Yeah, she sees that. I think in that moment she immediately goes, oh my god, wait. Is she not like a fashion? Like, who does she help in the castle with? Does she
you help
fashion?
Astra. You just do fashion, and your family still does like the. Your parents are the Viscounts and Viscountess of Coin, but you still do like fashion stuff for specifically the Queen, and potentially, if there is a princess at some point in the future, you would also do it for potentially that princess.
So our parents don't do it for Astra.
No, your parents. I think one of your parents is the Viscount of Coin, and the other probably assists you in the work that you do. But you both help Astra.
Assists me.
You work together. You're on like the same level.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Cool. Yeah, she collects her scrolls, puts it in her little bag, collects Barry, and like messages Lark back and goes, "On my way now. Drop your location." Oh, you have a BlackBerry. I think she just sends like drop your location. Then she sends like, "Oh God, you have a BlackBerry. Never mind," and then goes over.
I love that. Absolutely. Then we will switch over to the other group, and Camille, I will let you know when you arrive in this moment. My other friends, we're going to move over and pick back up in this moment in the shaded, the sort of like darkness of the Circle of Old Oaks with that smell of kind of like old incense smoke still in the air. As Maristella has sort of stepped into the circle and is looking at all of you like they're seeing a ghost, and then does this like very rushed but very deep bow, looking to you, Lark, and you, Alien. Just, Your Highnesses, I'm so glad you're all right.
You remember?
Yes. The
how?
fight and the well, right. Is that why everyone is being weird in there? I've been trying to like tread very carefully, but lots of weird things happened very quickly. And then everything went like back to normal, and then I just sort of snuck away because is it like a magic effect that's happening?
To put it lightly, yes.
Right. Okay. Well, and I think you see Maristella kind of like very gently taps these like coral bracers that she's wearing, and you see they sort of like shimmer with like starlight and a little more arcane light than they did before at the ball. And you see they say these, as the Duchess of the Selkie Courts, the siren song, I'm sorry, I'm a little frazzled. The siren song protects from a lot of outside magic because it is so magic itself, and as the future heir, I take a piece of that with me where I go. It must have protected me from whatever that was. But
That's a spot of luck.
yeah, which speak, and I think turns to you specifically, Lark, in this moment. Which, by the way, and actually, I think it's gonna pause for a moment and make a quick little perception check to look into the forest. Yeah, beautiful. And like takes a moment of just like caution and seemingly finding nothing. Just, I have already sent word to some of the people in my court and my mother and my brother as well, and they have taken your sister down below, so she should be protected from the magic for at least a little while. She should be safe there.
His whole body just like sags with like relief. Thank you.
Of course.
So are we to assume then your court thus far is not under the influence of whatever this is?
Yes. I've been trying to be sort of subtle about it because I'm not sure what is happening. This is not like my area of expertise necessarily, but I made contact with someone in my court, and they seem to be fine. They sort of picked up on the influx of magic, but it has not sort of made it past. It doesn't even seem like it's really reached them, to be honest. I don't know if it's like just the right here thing or what is happening, but
it takes a minute to spread.
right.
To give you a very, very quick rundown, a very powerful magical artifact was used
Okay.
by Astra, our previous
Right.
queen. She has altered memories on a mass scale, and everyone has now lived altogether separate lives, and most people except from yourself and these people here do not remember the previous. Yeah.
While
I
Lark
see.
is saying this, can I insight check Maricela?
Absolutely, you can.
That is a 13.
13, I think I think you see a couple things. One, you see that Maricela is like hanging on every word that Lurk is saying. You also get the sense this is all new information to her. And I think you just get like a very genuine, not panic necessarily, but like a a soldier's focus in a time where something very bad is happening. But I think also with a 13, you get loyalty from this interaction as well. You don't feel that Maristella is like... You feel like in this moment, if Lark and Aelia said, hey, really quickly, I need you to go, like, cliff diving. It's super important. She'd be like, I have to go! Like, they are in this with you. And I think as you kind of finish saying that, Lark, they sort of nod. And then you see, like, trying to pick their words very carefully, but not necessarily succeeding, goes... Right, that's why you are dressed like that? No. Kind of points at your, like, farmer outfit.
I'm not, the Crown Lord in this, world. So please continue to proceed with caution in how you converse with the people of court.
I absolutely will. Is there anything that you all need? Whether or not anyone here remembers that you are the Crown Lord, you are my Crown Lord, and kind of nods to Aelia, and my Crown Lady. My service continues even if no one else understands why, so if there is anything I can do, please let me know.
Thank you. I think we're all still trying to get our bearings.
Understandable. Yes. And I think at this moment, there's sort of like the snapping of twigs kind of not too far off from you, and you see like Maristella's instantly like goes to the blade at their side and turns, and Camille, you step into this circle and you watch several people pull blades wide-eyed staring at you.
Oh my god. Hi?
Sorry.
Looks all of you.
Sorry, a bit on edge.
Oh no, it's fine.
Hello. Should I assume you know as well? Squints at you, Camille.
Who is this? Who is that? Who is this?
You would know this as Maristella, the heir to the Selkie throne. This is also Caspian's sister.
Oh! Yes. Oh, hi. Hi.
Hello.
Do you know yes. What's going on?
I do.
Oh!
Yes.
That's interesting. I've just done some research, and I have a feeling, we was hand selected to remember things. But were you hand selected, or has it just not touched you yet?
I suppose I wouldn't know for certain. This is all kind of new to me, and I'm playing a bit of catch up. But no, the Siren Song has certain anti-magic properties, and I carry that with me as the heir. And you see kind of to the same motions to that same bracer.
Oh.
So I'm shielded for, I don't know how long it'll hold out, but for now at
that's
least.
Good. Can you collect more of that?
Potentially, yes, I could. My plan, unless there's anything that all of you need from me otherwise, was to immediately return to my home and potentially begin to rally forces to retake the throne, and find out where the king was taken. As well, and I think kind of turns to both of you again and just, do you know that the king has been taken? I'm not the sort with the good. I'm not good with words enough to deliver this in a way that it deserves to be delivered, but you should know if you don't. So
no, we're aware. So the only memories that you have are of everything before. Correct, because the rest of us are experiencing just one reality laid over top of another, but it's just one thing.
Right, yes.
Okay. Then, yes, several years ago in this reality, he stepped down and has completely disappeared from the public eye entirely.
Right.
Did you say he was taken?
Yes. In this one, the one that the dragon sort of picked him up and flew away with him. I didn't sort of get the sense it was to kill His Majesty. It seemed like maybe there was still business to be done or something, but
okay.
Yes. And then the Astra sort of crowned herself, and there was a sweeping round of Long Live the Queen, and
This is good. Because no, listen. This is sorry. I have not cut you up. I have not caught you all up to what I'm talking about. this does not have taken effect, it seems, on the Selkie courts, right? Okay, right? I've just basically, if we can stop it from spreading, before the spell has settled, it can be reversed, basically. So if there's a way we can hold off until the effect has fully taken place, then I think there's a chance for it to go back. That's what we want.
Right. Well, I think there are several things that I think we should do. I think we should all stop and compare notes for just a minute, because I think Aelia pauses for a second, marches over to the tree where the picture of Cordelia was, and picks it up and shows it to everyone. I know who this is. This is the silver gauntlet of Coramiria. This is Cordelia.
I think you see Tavia, who's sort of been lurking in the back of this, goes, "Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. I fucking knew she looked familiar. Shit. Yeah.
Sorry, you know her?
I mean, I run a planet. They kind of run a planet. We haven't, met.
We also kind of run a planet, and I don't really...
I mean, I'm one of the people in charge of Vortis, I guess. Isn't that terrifying, actually, that I oversee the well-being of a planet's worth of people? Anyway, sorry, that's not what we're talking about.
Deeply frightening to me, and it does worry me for them a great deal. But no, I have met her before. I have seen her at the games. She basically appeared several years ago with seemingly no memory of how she got there, and just naturally rose through the ranks and became a Silver Gauntlet and oversaw the games and all of the scholarly and magical pursuits on the planet there, and is by all accounts doing fine. So she's very much alive and well and not disappeared, at least here.
What planet and what games are we talking about? I'm so sorry.
The Mirian games on Coramiria, which is in the... Which system is it?
Castellan Jewels.
Castellan Jewels!
Oh, okay.
But yes, you remember the big arena fight where I got knocked on my ass and then people on Twittumblr made edits of it and it was all deeply...
Oh shit, that was you?
Those games.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Yes, that was me. Yes,
You did very well. Very, very...
Oh, no. I didn't. It was actually, I needed to get knocked on my ass, but that's beside the point. But either way, she's alive and she's very well, and so it is kind of astonishing to me that no one had made that connection any sooner with a missing member of the royal family who's been erased. Exactly.
No one knew she was... Yes, she was removed. I don't know how effectively it was done, but I mean, when Ambrose saw me in the dress...
Still... There's a difference, though, between having mention of them removed from the archives and someone who is still alive in living memory. I mean, people from Everglen travel, people from Coramiria travel. I don't see how this is possible.
So in this alternate universe, people have more memories of her, is what you're being said. Is what's saying.
I mean, some people do. I certainly do.
Interesting. Okay. So what is the relation to...
I will say, actually, Camille, because you were just looking at a book of, Everglen history, I think you remember seeing Cordelia's name, listed in the notations as, a figure who once played a prominent part in the ruling of Everglen, but not much is known about her. So you know at least her name is much more present, but there isn't a ton of information about them, generally speaking.
What is their relation to the throne?
I don't think that it's... Well, let's roll on how Aster would feel about that. That's a good roll. You would know that Cordelia is listed as a former, the late wife of the former king.
Oh. Okay.
The former king, Lark's grandpa?
Ambrose.
Former king?
No,
Ambrose.
Ambrose.
Fucking what? Okay.
So, I was researching, and Cordelia had a hand in government affairs, but more so was the late wife of Ambrose. So
this was another thing that was apparently not Ambrose's doing directly. Because when Ambrose saw that I was in the dress, he got very sad for a moment.
So someone keeps snatching up Ambrose's wives?
Hey Lark, would you make me a history check very quickly?
Yeah.
suddenly feel like I have very little job security.
Hey, as long as you don't marry Ambrose, you're fine.
17 plus 7, so whatever that is.
Yeah, 24.
24?
I think kind of like hearing and watching as these different like pieces of the puzzle are kind of brought forward but not quite fit together. I think you are reminded of the conversation that you had with your father in the Hall of Memory about how someone that he loved very much once was taken from him by the dreaming a really, really, really long time ago. And I think with sort of the knowledge of how sad he looked and this person having been like a wife but erased from history for some reason, even though it's someone that he loved, I think it occurs to you that this might be that person that the dreaming took and promised to take everyone else that he loved.
Woof. I believe this Cordelia may have been one of the first taken by the dreaming. In my conversation with the king not very long ago, he mentioned that the dreaming took someone he loved very much and promised to take the rest.
Then either she escaped somehow, or it spat her back out when it wouldn't do the same for Astra.
On Coramiria?
On Coramiria. She was in the box.
I don't mean to interrupt, but did you say the dreaming? What does this have to do with the dreams?
Oh god.
Shit. Basically, the person who used this, the previous Queen Astra, who has been trapped in the dreaming realm and now has dream magic. That's basically the shape of it. There's a lot of nuance in there, but yes.
Right, that's pretty bad, I'm assuming?
It is not good.
Okay. Right.
Well, she must not have any memory of her previous life.
She claimed to have no memory of it. It seemed that the people there believed her, but honestly, without speaking to her, I don't know if we could determine which it truly is. I mean, if I escaped all of that and never wanted to come back, I would say the same thing.
Well,
Leah, is it you who has this knowledge of the Silver Gauntlet, or?
No, it's Champion Me.
Okay, so do you have a way to contact her?
Do I have a way, James? Do I have a way to contact her?
Maybe
I don't know if we would have like exchanged.
Right.
Right. Would have said, "Here's my business card." Like,
I think
add her on LinkedIn.
I think as a powerful political figure, even still,
Sure.
who was in Coramiria for a time, I think you don't have a way to contact her directly, but I think that you are familiar with the like government or Marion Games official that you could get in contact with, who could potentially like arrange for some sort of like meeting or pass a message along.
Okay.
If you asked really, really nicely and sent like a nice fruit basket, you know what I mean? Like it may have to be a little bit of bribery involved.
That's
or a
fine.
favor, but potentially
I'll
yes.
I'll send a muffin basket. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Like an edible arrangement kind of situation.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. That's how Elia opens all of her communications with people anyway. Yeah, then I think she'll say, yeah, I think I could probably get in contact with her. I might have to go through some official channels, get through some red tape, but I mean, as a winner of the games, my name will probably show up in her inbox, so
Well,
it's possible.
not if this hasn't spread outside Everglyn. Outside of Everglyn, you're still the
that's
Crown
true.
Lady.
That's true. I think it's certainly worth a try.
Kind of turns back to Maristella. If you priority-wise, my sister, keep her safe and away from this, and maybe let her know what's going on.
I will. Absolutely.
You would
I
have to
would-
tell it through third party. You're not going to tell it yourself.
I don't know how much longer we're going to be on this plane. I don't know if I have the time I wish to afford to explain all the details.
I'm more than happy to pass it along. If you would like to write a letter to her, I would also be more than happy to take that.
Thank
But
you.
I understand you have pressing business, so I'm happy to. Whatever you need.
If you could also investigate exactly where the king was taken.
I can try. It's our sort of resources outside of the sea are a little more stretched, but I mean, at the very least, I can outfit some of our scouts with, again, kind of like knocks on the bracers, with some protection and see if we can sort of try. Of course, Your Highness, I will do what I can.
Can I make another request of you?
Of course.
If you find yourself starting to forget things or realizing that a different reality is catching up with you, can you try and keep track of how long that is taking?
Sure. Yes, I can do that for you.
Thank you. I don't know where we are going or how you would get that information to us, but if possible.
It does seem because of your siren song, you might be surrounded by people who are changing before you, so maybe tracking that
Right.
might be a little easier to do.
Absolutely.
And you said you could collect more siren song.
Yes, most of the armor that we have is outfitted with that same magical protection. Mine is a little bit stronger just because I am the heir, but it's at the very least with a little bit of time. If you need an army, I can probably outfit an army. But until then, we have enough for probably 15 or so scouts or guards or anything.
Well, keep them with that.
Of course.
I think you guys might be our last hope for a minute, so.
Understood. If at any point you all need refuge, I hope you know as well that the Selkie Court is open to you. For what it's worth.
Thank you.
Of course. And I think you see here, like, Maristella kind of considers for a moment and looks at all of you, and then standing in front of you, Lark and Aelia, will sort of just, like, sink to her knee and unsheath a blade and, like, hold it out in her palms and bow their head and just say, for what it's worth, for as long as I am myself, and remember, I am a servant of the crown, I am your ally, and I swear on my honor that I will be here for whatever you need, Your Highness, my future king and queen. And just sort of like extends their blade to you in a moment I think that you've only seen given to Ambrose, truly.
I think Lark kind of stands a little bit like in awe of this, a little thrown off, and then I think takes like a small step forward and just reaches a hand out and like gives her shoulder like a firm squeeze of like gratitude.
Yeah, and they will sheath the blade and stand. Okay, I will make for my court. I will be very careful. Also, if at any point I feel like the magical defenses of the Siren Song will be compromised, I will ensure that your sister and my brother and their heir are sent to safety. But it seems strong for now, and it should hold off for a little while. And I don't know that this is worth anything, but just having seen I think you see like rolls their eyes, new queen. It seems like they are resting tonight, but I do not get the sense that she intends to rest for long. So if there is something to be done, I think sooner than later is probably good. And again, if there is any way that the Selkie Court can assist in that, I'm more than happy to do so.
Thank you.
Of course. Just kind of like nods at all of you, and then unless anyone has anything else they need from Maristella, we'll set back off into the darkness of the forest.
Oh, guys, this is quite a pickle.
That's a word for it.
I think in the back, Tavia kind of and like leans into you, Elise, and goes, someone should probably tell Camille about the Venus thing, but I don't feel like that's my place, and I think Luca just like needs a minute. So I'm just gonna tell you that. Okay, bye.
Yes. We are. Yes, sorry. We are comparing notes about things. And Mara doesn't remember what the Venus thing is, but
That's okay. Venus Sweetgrass sent a message to Luca, essentially saying that. Sorry, I swallowed wrong and started choking halfway through that sentence. Essentially saying that late last night, they heard Luca's mother calling out to her, and she went to perform a ritual to try and find out why, and was worried that she would not be able to come back from it, and would instead be pulled into the lands of the dreaming. And upon arriving, you guys realized they're gone.
Right.
So Venus is gone? And
Yes.
Lucas? Okay, and Venus was in charge of the Druid Circle, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll fill you in on all of that.
So...
I think. Go ahead.
No, please, continue.
I was just going to say, I think it is wise to follow Elia's advice, and we all compare notes about our old world and our new colliding. Cards on the table, as it were.
Sure. Yeah. I think that's good. That is a lot to comprehend. Wow. Also, spitballing ideas. If we do have access to... I don't know if we do. I'm assuming that kind of similar to like dogs and cats and animals of the same species, they pick up on each other's scent, right? And if this dragon flew away, maybe we could use another dragon to track the scent to see where Embers went, right?
Yes.
So that could be a fun way to do that.
Do we think that is... I mean, it is tonight, but it is not tonight. I mean, in this world, dragon...
Right.
he's been gone for years, so I don't... But we could try it, certainly.
Yeah, it happened tonight, right? And so if
Certainly could.
Astra is tired tonight, I feel like that might be the best time to strike.
Yes.
Sure.
It is good.
I mean, if anyone has the ability to scry as well, try to see where he's gone.
Oh, scrying! Oh! Right, yeah. That's a thing.
It's a bit outside of my magical purview, personally.
No, I can scry. I have it. I have it here. I just need something of Ambrose's.
We are...
That thing's not on screen right now, but we've got one thing of Ambrose. Or a whole child. James, does a child count? Will that lower the DC?
I'm gonna say a child probably doesn't count, but I think it's fair enough to say that Lark... Oh, wait, nope. You're up for
No,
change.
we wouldn't.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll give. There's like a. Hang on, let me. Because there's like different.
I know where
levels
we
for
could
scrying.
probably. If there is, here's
give
the thing.
Lark something on the way out.
Oh
That
my
is
god!
true.
Yes, he
That
fucking
is
did.
so true. You
The
do
note.
have
Okay.
I can't
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
Woo!
Everybody here got a big brain.
Take a
They
point
got
of
a
Team
big brain.
Inspiration, sweet, for having the brain cell today. I'm
Mhm.
trying.
Yeah, I do have scry prepared.
Hell yeah.
Because yes.
Wonderful.
So we could do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Tavia, in this moment, will kind of like look around and just. Do we want to stay here and do that? Do we want to go to somebody's new house or old house or?
Yes, I want to see my house. We could go to anybody else's house too. But I would love to see my new house.
Camille, who are you here exactly? You rushed off a bit, and it became
Yes, I'm an inquisitor here. I am.
Oh,
Yes, isn't that
I
exciting?
did- you like your name is on all your like government name is on all of the.
Inquisitor. Yeah. Behind my actual
Congratulations.
name and not like a fake, alias. Yes, and that I think she's like hyping up like the Inquisitor part, like, ooh, wow, yeah. And I also dress Astra. So.
Oh,
I also am. I dress Astra. Officially.
Well, that is good to know because
Is
then
it-
you are close to her, which could be
Right.
useful.
Right. Yes, that's exactly what I was. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And honestly, it also means that, you know, in
Mhm.
this world, Astra likes your outfits. And she thinks you are talented. I mean, really, this is just an affirmation of
Wow.
your talent because would she want someone who's not good at dressing to dress her? No.
Yeah.
I do not think
Right.
so.
True. But boo Astra because of everything. Truthfully. But yes, I do enjoy. I mean, it's nice that she's liked my outfits. I am very concerned that she's selected us though to remember everything. I mean, like, I got it. We did walk through the door and the dreaming and everything, but still, what does she have planned? You know?
I think
I mean, if you are going to do something monumental, would you not want witnesses?
Yeah, that is so true. Yeah, no, that's right. To witness.
I
the
also think
brilliance.
it means that she doesn't think that us having our memories means that we can stop her.
Oh, that's so backhanded.
Could be. But it could also mean that she has underestimated us,
Yeah,
and that is a gift.
that is
Could also
a disrespectful gift. Yes.
right. It is a lot of things. It is rude, but it is also she could have given us lives we did not want. She could have made us nothing with all our memories, but she gave us all of us what at least she believed we wanted. So there's a kindness in that.
What did she believe you wanted?
Elise gets flustered for a little second, and I think in that moment, Camille, I think you could tell Elise has been crying. Earlier, I think you noticed the redness of the eyes a little bit more, and it's like, time. A little bit more time for something. And I take my vacation days in this world.
You really should have been doing that in the previous one as well.
I didn't
They
have a
kind of
reason
just
to.
accrue. You can take them whenever you want. They roll over. So you know.
Right. Vacation
think-
days and using PTO really gets me emotional sometimes.
Yes.
As you've been emotional
Yes.
a little. I'm sorry, Elise. I can see. I'm trying to figure out a delicate way of going about this, but it does seem that you've been crying a bit.
It's gonna kind of look at all of you a little bit and be like, I think you can tell wants to talk, but is also like very cognizant of the fact that it's like, hey, we have a lot of stuff we need to do tonight, and is kind of having an internal battle of like, I was like,
Elise, we have a moment. You can always have a moment with us.
In my old time, in our old memory, I had a love. I met him when I was traveling. He worked at a coffee shop. His name was Gordon. Called him Gordy. And we were in love for a long time. I am still in love with Gordy, but he is not Fae. And so he got old. And I looked the same. And he passed. And there's nothing that can stop old age. If there is, it is magic beyond what I have access to. And he got old. And 100 years to the day after his funeral, I found my first grey hair. But here, in this world, he came to Everglen and because he was here, we had more time. And he has friends here, and people know he lived. He is not forgotten this time, and he is a friend who still lives, and he is buried here.
So you met Gordy before you moved to Everglen?
No, I've always lived in Everglen. I met him when I was away, acquiring some books for our library. He never, in our real world, I would go and visit often, and sometimes he would come and visit, but we had 40 years together. That is but a blink in the life of the fair here, and no one. We never got married. We didn't see the point, but here she gave me grief that I did not allow myself to have. So,
and it's cathartic for you.
Yes.
Well,
and
that's a beautiful gift. Memories of them.
I regret that I if I'm going to take up time, I should just get it all out. But I've Locke knows this, learned just 2 nights. But I've been to the dreaming much before you all met her. She came to me and asked me to keep an eye on you all, and I'd been with her there before, and I did it. And I am sorry. But she gave me the one thing I wanted, which was to see him. What is the present to a past you never got to share with anyone?
So, just trying to understand. Elise, have you helped the dreaming do this?
Not intentionally. I did not know what her plan was, but she wanted to know what we were working on. She wanted to know who we all were. She was asking questions, and so I answered. And I did not know it would lead here.
I understand. I cannot blame another person for putting their wants first. But, wow. You have a mean poker face, I have to tell you that.
I have had 500 years to curate it. It is, I mean, well, we're putting cards on the table. It is also probably good to mention I have changed my oath, and I am no longer sworn to the crown, and I haven't been for a while, and I am in fact sworn to the dreaming. But it's fine. Probably.
Oh, okay.
It gets
we buried the lead
worse.
a bit, Elise. All right. Well,
Okay. So
Also, I've been trapped between seasons, and I don't know what that's about either.
I thought I was wondering. I didn't want to ask. But I was like, "Is this a dye job?" But like, we don't do this. This isn't okay. Got you. Okay. Sure. She turns to Alia to like see like how is Alia processing this. Like,
Ilya, listening very empathetically, just like a lot of nodding, like her eyes are clearly full. She's getting a little bit misty at just the description of like, Elisa's life with Gordy. But I think that on hearing that Elise has been like low-key spying for the dreaming. Like there's just a little something in her expression that hardens. But and is now just like taking a minute to like process. All right, so when you say that you're sworn to the dreaming, what exactly does that mean? Because moving forward, if we're going to be moving in any way against the dreaming, I don't.
I don't exactly know. I have never switched my oath before. I don't know if I would lose all of my magic abilities. I do not know if I would have a... I don't
You'd
know.
break your oath, would you not?
Yes.
It'd be oath breaking. Is that something you're interested in, though? Breaking your oath?
But... till quite recently, the thought had not crossed my mind, if I'm going to be completely honest. But I...
So, who do you align with, Elise?
You all. If I could swear an oath to this group, I would. But, my oath is to the dreaming, but it is to history, to knowledge, to legacy. It is to all of those things. It is just the dreaming who grants that ability.
Can I bring up a point?
Please.
That might be uncomfortable. Elise, this is not my point. I just want to say, first off, that was a very big piece of your heart you just showed us. So thank you for that. It's just... My point that I want to bring up is we've yet to explore these new lives. We have no idea what we're about to see or how much we might like it. So before we swear allegiances, because as much as I would like to fully believe you, I do believe you, Elise, but you do. I think we're very similar in the fact that we want what we want, right? And we'll do what we can to have it. So, what happens if we like these new lives? What happens then?
I don't know all of the answers. I didn't know that anything was going to happen tonight. I do not know much more than you all, and I will try and fill you in on what I do know, but what I can say is, if we don't like our old life more than we like our new one, we don't do anything, and I think we keep it. And we let our win. If we can't abide by that, then I think we lose this. But that is an educated guess. Be it from someone with a lot of education, but it is an educated guess. Nonetheless.
What are you thinking about, Aelia?
Would you like the long version or the short version?
The one you'd like to tell.
I think that what we do, if we like this life better than our true ones, is a question that we can't answer until we know. And I do think that no matter what happens, I think everyone here deserves the chance, has the right to explore that and see if that is something that they want.
I think in this moment, Tivia kind of clears their throat a little bit and stands and like kind of steps forward and just, look, I just want to say that I know the whole thing kind of got kicked off because of me and my search. And I just want to say I know that this has gone a lot deeper than I think anybody could have possibly imagined, and a lot bigger, but if you guys decide that changing this isn't what you want, I'm not gonna ask you to. This has been really helpful, and I appreciate it, and I just don't want you to feel like you have to keep going because of me. Because that's a lot for me to owe you, and that makes me kind of uncomfortable, but I can keep going if you guys decide that this is where you want to stop. And I will get it, and I will bear you no ill will. So, just wanted to say that.
I'm, to be honest, a bit confused. I thought this whole thing was going to bring people from the dreaming here. So where is Isabella?
I don't know. Maybe still there, maybe not.
I think all of the people from the dreaming, other than Astra and Wisteria, they're still not back.
So it hasn't taken full
Luca's
effect
parent.
yet.
Exactly.
Well, and as Luca said, part of, I believe it was Luca, part of Astra is indeed still trapped. So,
I think here, Luca, who I will not be roleplaying for more than this, but who has been here for the record, will just sort of say, when I went in my house, she had also left me like a letter saying that they're going to keep trying to bring my parents back. So I think probably not the last of that, but yeah, I scryed on Astra during the Threadweaver thing, and she was saying, "Come find me." The other Astra. So, yeah.
Okay. So, tonight, the Queen Astra is tired. Did big magic today, so she's gonna need a long rest. Our choices are: we steal a dragon and chase Ambrose down, or we try to find the piece of Astra that's locked away. Maybe try to go back to that old tree where we walked into the dreaming and see what happens there.
I would think that. I mean, I think first we should see if we are able to track down Ambrose, but I don't know how much help he will be able to be in this world.
How much help what would be able to be?
Ambrose. I don't.
I think
No,
he
if-
really is. If he has knowledge, I think it's clear that. Oh, no, it's not clear, is it? There might be things that Ambrose knows that we don't. Has a long history with the dreaming, it seems. So
Yes. Right.
I think he knows something, and now's the time to put his cards on on the fucking table. If they're
Yeah. Thinking just tactically, I think something that we should consider is if we go track down Ambrose, we might tip our hand a little.
in what sense?
Well, I would be shocked if, I mean, I guess I don't know this Astra person, but, if Maristella, that person, is right, and they still want something from Ambrose, that means that he's probably being watched. And if we go find Ambrose and talk to him and ask questions, then they'll know that you guys aren't just going to kind of accept the new way of things.
So
I don't think it's a bad idea. I just think it's something to keep in mind. If we decide we're going to the dreaming, stealth might be easier. I don't know, but
Camille, if you are willing, then it might be good to first scry. If Ambrose is not on this plane, we won't be able to get there by dragon, and scrying might be able to tell us that. If it doesn't work.
Sure. I could do that. Do we have something of Ambrose?
I think at this, Locke pulls out the note from Ambrose and is like, Camille, I haven't told you yet. I understand the urge to go and find the king, but the king has left me in particular instructions on
what to do next if we wish to fight this thing, and I believe it would be in his wishes for us to follow this line of investigation rather than, as you say, show our hand by potentially trying to find him instead. I've instructed Maristella to do her best in that case, and I think that is really the most we can do.
Alright. Whatever the group votes. I do think when we do go up to Astra at the end, if there is a big battle, having an archfey on our side would help. So
He's not an archfey right now.
Maybe not in memory, right? I don't think she can strip his power.
Camille, I think with your both like new understanding of magic as an inquisitor and with your kind of general understanding as inquisitor, I think that you would know Ambrose's power has probably diminished because Astra is now like very tapped into the magic of Everglen in the way that he used to be, but I think you would know that he would still have some magic. Probably a not insignificant amount, just not as much as he used to. So he could be helpful. But not as, like, all-powerful as he used to be.
Oh, you're right. He's been knocked down a peg. Never mind. I think... she hands out her hand for the note to see if she can use that for scrying.
I think before Luck kind of like reaches out to pass you this note and then kind of like hesitates and goes, I know we haven't made a choice yet about which of our lives we might decide upon in the end, but I might not be Crown Lord right now, but I was very recently, and the choices we make do not just impact ourselves. There is an entire kingdom of people who have not had the right to choose. Who had no say in what life they kept and what life they were landed in.
Lord, that stands very true for you out of everybody on this place. I think for the first time in your life you get to choose.
I will always choose the kingdom, Camille. Hands you the note.
Takes it. She goes and flips it open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think it looks like as Camille casts scrying in this ritual circle?
That's what I was trying to muster up. I think same thing with like as she did before with her spell book. It's kind of like, you know, when you're in the fabric store and you're trying to like test pieces of fabric to see like what kind of ways it stretches. And she grabs the paper and it's like it's taut as she tries to pull on it, and then like more and more so. It's like I don't know how to it's not the paper itself that is stretching, but you can see like as she pulls like strings of like green like luminescent light is like coming from the paper as she's like stretching and like putting this veil like kind of like over her eyes from the paper of this like green film that she stretched out of it.
I love that. I think that slays. Also, before I forget, because I didn't want to interrupt before, Mara, please take a point of gem inspiration, because that little bit about Gordy was beautiful.
Yeah.
Just before I forgot. Yeah, so you cast this spell. What is your spell save DC?
Oh, that's a great question. Wait. Jesus Christ. Is it right above this spell? Wait. So scrying wisdom save 17? Is that what that is?
Yes. Let's see. Okay. So I rolled bad, and I have like a -1,000,000 because you have a possession and because you know this person well. In fact, I think I rolled so badly with the negatives that they actually rolled a negative I'm sure. I didn't do the math, but I'm fair because I rolled a 4, and having a possession on its own is a -4, and that's not even with how well you know them. But I think I did just roll a -4. Anyway, yeah, I think as you cast this, and this sort of like darkened trees that are around you kind of begin to fade and your vision clears, I think at first you have a difficult time focusing. It almost feels as if there is like some kind of like, not literal, but like magical veil or screen or something that is blocking your vision. It almost looks like a really thick mist. And I think the glimpses that you are able to get through this arcane interference, you recognize the incredibly enchanted and protected group of cells deep below the estate where Tivia had once been held. And I think you would know that the veil is the enchantment around there that is meant to like really lock the people inside away. But I think that the glimpses you manage to catch through this enchantment, I think you see Ambrose sitting in one of the cells, wrists bound. I think you see there is like a gash kind of on his cheek that is bleeding a little bit. You see the hair is like slicked back. He looks almost like a little bit sickly, and I think you're not sure if it's the lighting, if it's the fact that he just got the shit kicked out of him, if it's the magic changes or what it is, but like looks alive but pretty bad. And he is currently kind of slumped against the wall. He's breathing, like shoulders are moving. And it looks like conscious but not having a good time. And I think you can also just sort of make out outside of the cell, but in that same like block of enchanted cells, you can make out, I think, the flutter of like owl wings or the swirling of magic that you would, I think, assume to be the element of the ancient dream that turned into the dragon that was the owl. So you do not get the sense that Ambrose is alone here. He is very well guarded by this piece of the dreaming. He looks alive. Bad, though. And I think you see in this moment... Let me roll, because he's having a day. Yeah. I think you see, as you're sort of, like, focusing and watching in this moment, like, there's a moment where I think you become aware that Ambrose has picked up a little bit on your scrying eye, but is trying not to give you away. And I think you see the breaths become, like, in a way that is a little bit of performance, a little bit fuller. You see him trying to, like, make himself look a little bit better than he feels in this moment. As, like, real. You know, inspiring, not, like, in, like, a way, but, like, try to look less beat down than he really is and look a little stronger. But yeah, is there anything in particular you are looking for as you kind of peek into where Ambrose is here?
Yeah, I think she just describes the place to them, so they know it's in the dungeon where Tivia was, right below that.
Yes.
Yeah, and so it's just the dragon there that is the owl.
Because you're looking at Ambrose, it's kind of hard to tell, but you know at the very least that the fragment of the ancient dream that turned into the dragon and that was the owl is there. There might be someone else there, but at least that is there.
What is he dressed like?
He's still dressed in his ball outfit.
Okay.
It's a little more haggard, and like you can, I think, see the places where like dragon talon kind of cut into the fabric. But other than that, his appearance, other than looking like shit, his appearance is unchanged.
Okay. All right. And just for clarity, what message was he trying to send with the? Is it like a I'm okay?
Oh, he just like yeah, like you see like his shoulders straighten a little bit, his breaths become a little bit fuller. He clearly tries to rally a little bit to like inspire hope or confidence a little bit in this moment of like, I'm not dying, I'm not dead, don't worry, I'm good, don't worry about me. That kind of way.
Yeah, I think she just describes that whole scene to them as she's like working this green film.
Yeah.
I think more of Lark's hair kind of like frosts over, becomes a little crispier.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there. He's there.
So, yeah, I guess, yes, do we risk showing our hand and going to speak with him, or?
Well, it seemed he started puffing up his chest a little bit. No, he was just breathing very well and like showing that he was okay, basically, is what he was doing. So I think we move on, like you guys said, to the next steps, figuring out a way to move, to keep our cover. Your allegiance with the dreaming, Elise, that might be the upper hand we need.
I am happy to use it. I also just want to say that if I think we only get one shot at it. I don't know how much trust the dreaming has of me, considering she did not tell me about the plan for tonight. But she does trust me enough that she didn't quite want to murder Locke anymore. So, I mean, she didn't really want to, but it did not
was that on the table at any point? And she just
has a trust issue with the crown, which, you know, I understand. But,
Locke reaches out and holds Alia's hand.
Yeah, there's a vein that's going.
It was more just that she knows Locke is not their father. That is, she did not before. You know, she does. So I have a little, I could convince, but also I don't. Also to say, I am happy to use my connection to her. I do not know how much it will buy us. I don't want to
you're a lot more
overpromise.
convincing than you know. I think it would buy us a bit. You have an oath. That means something. It has to.
I do. You do have an oath.
It does.
Yes.
Okay. So there's that. So that steps for the next day, right? Tonight. Was there something that we wanted to do? We said also. But this is me, Sweet, the person trying to remember. We said look for Ambrose or do what? Look for Venus? No.
I think we want to check out the tree and start looking into like ways to possibly get to the dreaming. And I can also reach out to Cordelia. I don't really know.
That's what there was something we were going to do. We were going to do something though. I think.
Well, I think it was because Camille had looked at just seeing if we could find the thing that was sacrificed for the ritual, which in this case was Aspect of Astra, who specifically asked us to come and find her. So if we're able to locate
she's
her,
easy dreaming.
I think you're right. So if we're able to get there, find her, then maybe we could change this back before it's completely gelled or whatever, however this works.
Sure.
James, please remind me, have we seen Wisteria post switcheroo?
Oh,
But outside of that, no.
yeah, I
We
can
assume
share.
to find Wisteria.
Yes. Oh, she's next to Astra near the throne.
Oh.
They look tired. The both of them. Oh my god. Absolutely exhausted for a party. So yes, if there was something you wanted to do.
I just wanted to make sure we knew where she was before we moved, so we are not being watched. But
I think they're basking in the victory right now. So
perhaps I should go congratulate them.
oh, that would be yes. That's a good move. Yes.
I think that the two of you would probably be the ones who are most likely to
Me too.
successfully. Yes.
Oh,
You're her dresser. I mean, you would have access. It would be presumed that you would have access to her, to her rooms, I mean, most anywhere in the palace, probably.
yes.
It also might be worth it to perhaps, if you are her dresser, we could go in and swipe something of hers for scrying purposes in the future. We need to do that.
Oh, I have access to her clothes. We have all the scrying material we need. Yeah, sure. I'm afraid that she will clock us, but that's, yes, sure. Do that.
I think you're both talented enough performers to convince her that you have accepted the new regime, especially with the gifts that she's granted you. So,
if we are going to
Cordelia. Sorry.
So that would be good. Lark, do you know where you are going to? Do you have a plan? Do you have something you need to do?
I will investigate the I think here like kind of good question. Isabella's journal, would we still have that in our possession?
You do, yes.
Okay.
I think specifically Tivia probably has it.
So I think Lark kind of glances at Tavia, probably for like the first time all night.
Sure.
Do you still have Isabella's journal?
Yeah. Yeah. And you see, kind of like reaches into a pocket and pulls it out and hands it out to you.
Very slowly kind of takes it with like a little bit of a like hard look of like, you're being weird. Opens up the page to like the map and kind of like re-looks again at the, like the marked spots on the map of Everglen.
Yeah.
These are the suspected potential entryways to the dreaming. In addition to the tree, I will take the night to look at these and maybe devise a plan of what our best bet may be.
So we don't. Okay, we do it another day. Okay.
I think after that it would probably do us all some to get rest.
Yes.
But as we've said, Astra will not lay dormant for long. We need to move quickly on this.
Well, that's what I'm... If we take the moment to rest now, I think we'll just rest till she's ready as well, too, right? Do we not strike now?
Perhaps
Do we
not.
go
I
into
mean,
the training now?
both Astra and Wisteria used Threadweaver, and it seemed to be at least on Wisteria, a massive drain on her. So though I'm not exactly as versed in the arcane arts, I imagine that it will. I don't think it's going to be like a standard 4 hours of resting and then she's going to be totally fine. I could be completely off base about that, but.
So, and if the party is going to go late into the night, she's going to be up for a while, so we could have, at the very least, a few hours on her.
I will say, all of you would know, because of when this happened, you probably have, maybe another hour and a half before the party starts really properly winding down. It's pretty close to, 1 or 2 in the morning at this point. It's late.
Right, so maybe we all accomplish our tasks, we decide where we are going to meet, we sleep, and then first thing in the morning, as soon as we all have some rest, we go. And I don't want to go into the dreaming notes, if that is our plan, without my full abilities.
I mean, for what it's worth, it seems like no matter where we go, it's going to take a little bit of travel. If we want, I mean, I don't imagine any of us can travel a long way right now, just because I think it's been a long day for everyone. But if we want, I mean, while you guys are doing all that, I can try and get some supplies, and we can at least travel for maybe an hour and then make camp. So we're at least not right here towards whatever door we're going to.
Right. So that is a
I
good
think
point.
If it would make you guys feel better.
Fantastic idea. Yes.
I don't know.
Using the tree.
Can we use the tree? It's not on the map.
I thought it was just a temporary door, not a fixed entrance.
I think so. I think it might have been she was opening it to give us an easy access point, but in terms of places where we could access it ourselves.
Okay.
Right. Well,
And I mean, if it is a far enough place to travel, we could always take shifts. And while we are traveling,
Okay, so
sleep.
you do your congratulations. I swipe an outfit for scrying if need be. We pack bags and go to Tivia's ship. Is that what I'm hearing?
We're going to my ship.
Oh, I thought that's what you offered.
We're probably going to have to travel on I mean, I guess I could take my ship. It'll just attract a lot more attention.
Sure.
Or do you guys have like horses? Is that like your thing here?
I think I could very easily. I could probably very easily acquire the horses or some sort of. Yes, it would not be very difficult.
I do live on a farm.
I am a knight.
That is true.
Yes. Alright. Okay, perfect.
Mode of transportation, that's not our feet. I think we can do that pretty quickly.
Please. Right. Where do we meet back up? Then the farm?
I think the farm's a good place.
Sure.
I'm good with the farm.
Right. Okay. Well, best of luck.
Yes.
Stay safe.
Camille and I are going to the castle. Does anyone need anything brought? Change of clothes? Something?
No, I don't want anything from there, thank you.
Okay. Could I ask, Locke, could I speak to you?
Yes.
I think she like comes and like is like trying to. She brings you over to like some little rock that they were near, and she's trying to find like any excuse of a conversation. She's like looking at their hair of like she's so used to primping them and like getting them to like look a certain way. So I just you have that look on your face again of just I don't know. I wanted to. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how other people do this. I wanted to check in on you. I wanted to see how you were doing.
That's yes, it's very kind of you.
You just look so upset. And
looks upwards into their fringe, which is white.
Yeah.
Looks back at you.
It's been a day, yes.
It's been a day. It's been a long day. And we've just got a lot of information about, that you apparently were privy to about, Elise working with the dreaming and then, I understand why it was a lot of what she's gone through, but that's, and then you with the farm, and then your sisters. I'm sorry, I'm rehashing.
No, I know, Elise, I know.
So, we talked a lot, the three of us, about, going back, if we want to or not. And I know you picked the kingdom. I just want to know how you're doing. I just want to know how you're doing, Locke.
It's very kind of you, just says that again.
That's not a feeling, I don't think.
No, well, I
think I can kind of like gestures to themselves and is like,
we Eladrin sometimes don't have a choice in verbalizing. It just kind of happens. My priority here is not making the same mistakes as before. That's why I understand your point on the urgency. But moving without double checking our information and our sources led to this, and I'm very, very keen for that to not happen again. So I have a task, and I shall work on it.
That still wasn't a feeling, Locke, but I hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry.
You don't have to be. There's no reason to be sorry. I understand. Honestly, I do. I meant what I said a few days ago about I don't work for Empress. I work for you. and Alia. And that still stands true, whether I like this life or not. I have a track record of standing for myself that does not build a lot of community. So, and honestly, I enjoy all of you quite a bit. It's been a nice couple of weeks, though chaotic. You guys really know how to have a chaos of a time, but it keeps it interesting, and I like interesting things. That being said, I think loyalty to others is something that I would like to practice. And I don't know anybody else better than you guys, so. That is a promise.
For what it's worth, Camille, I don't hold your loyalty in respect of you working for me. I just, I've been very much enjoying your friendship the last weeks. I don't see you as an employee.
I appreciate that. I think you can tell her phrasing of saying working for you was her way of saying befriending, because she didn't know the right phrasing of like, sure. Well, good, then we're on the same page.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, love.
How are you?
This is absolutely fucking crazy. And I'm thriving a little bit and terrified at the same time. You know?
That actually makes me feel a little bit better.
Does it?
In a strange way.
I think I'm used to operating in chaos, so I get a swing of it and it makes me feel alive, but I don't know if that's fight or flight or if that's me actually enjoying myself. So.
I think that's you being very good at being you.
I will do my best in there. If there's anything you want me to keep an eye on, let me know.
I wouldn't know where to start. I expect it's all changed in there anyway.
I think she goes and like puts her hand on their shoulder and gives them like a little tight squeeze, and then like adjusts like, what are they wearing? Like overalls? What you wearing?
A jumper, jumper and like dungarees.
Yeah. She like fixes, you know how overalls kind of like fall to the side a little bit, like fixes them up a little bit and like goes like making them look really proper in their little outfit for like the last night. There you go. There's my crown lord.
I'm gonna throw up.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good place to take our break. Don't change that Twitch channel. We'll be back in just a few minutes. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye. And welcome back. We're gonna pick up as our party begins to split here with Tavia, Alia, and Lark. Where are you headed? What's the plan?
Oh, I think Lark watches the other two like leave and walk towards home, and every like instinctual bone in his body is like, oh yeah, I'm going home too, and wishes to follow. And like almost like takes a step in their direction, and then kind of like heels almost like grind into the soil beneath him as he like has to physically turn himself in the other direction and follow the other half of him that is saying no, home is that way, and just start walking.
Yeah. Ow. First of all,
Sorry.
write that down. Ow.
Okay.
Incredible. Yeah. So we are heading to the farm home. The farm home. Question.
I think so.
Incredible. Yeah, you guys can start making your way that way. The night is definitely like the closer you get to town, the more activity seems to be around as people are finally kind of starting to trickle out of the estate and towards their inns and taverns and other places that they're staying. But it's not like a huge, like loud kind of commotion in town. It's just there are more people milling around than there were earlier. But you can all make your way to the farm very easily as you sort of like make it more to the outskirts of Acorn. The bright lights of taverns and inns and the commotion of drunken partygoers trying to meander their way into their beds gets quieter and softer until you are surrounded by the sound of crickets and the soft swaying of grass and wheat in the fields and the soft like braying of farm animals, and you guys make it to the farm. Is there anything you guys wanted to do on the way?
I think as they're walking, at some point, Alia will kind of like turn to Via and be like, if you need to go and see to your own domain, then I want you to know that we would understand, and our promise to help locate Bella, if it's possible, is of course still valid, but I mean, frankly, none of this is your problem. So I'm just saying that I know that there are people who depend upon you as well in this reality still, and you need to see to them. I think we would understand.
I think Tavia has like their hands in their pockets and is kind of like staring down at the road walking next to you, and it's just like nodding kind of thoughtfully, and I think there's a moment of silence that passes between you, and then very like abruptly he's just like, like baby birds learn to fly, you push them out of the nest. That's basically what I'm doing to my intern, so that's cool. And then kind of like side eyes you a little bit in like I'm trying to make a joke but I don't know if it's welcome, did I stick the landing kind of way, and then just I appreciate that, but I mean, hey, you guys took my problems, I'm running with it, so unless you like want me to get out of your hair, I'll figure I'll return the favor for a little while.
I know, loath as I am to admit it, you've been very helpful.
Oh, sorry, what was that? There was a cricket.
You've been helpful. I'll say it. I am perfectly comfortable admitting when I've misjudged someone, and you have been helpful and steadfast in your support, and so I thank you for it.
I think you see like a very like a shit-eating grin kind of takes over and like doesn't make eye contact with you, tries not to lord it over you, just kind of nods very slowly and goes, right, wow. From the future queen, that's like... Can I get that like in writing? Do you offer like
no.
I don't know, kings and queens? You do like the medals where you have like the big ceremony and then you have like a party in my honor. Can I like get that, but like helpful? Most helpful, dare I say? Perhaps? I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that'd be cool.
What,
Maybe?
you want to be crowned MVP of
Oh,
the
I
shit
didn't even
show?
think about a crown. Yeah, I'd love a crown actually. If you could make that happen, that'd be cool. They didn't give me a crown when I became a pirate king, so
You don't get a crown.
you don't get a crown. It's
Get like
a
a-
bummer.
Get like a sword or like a badge.
I did
or
get a nice sword.
a sticker. No? Oh, okay.
No, I wish I got a sticker. Yeah. They also bought me a really nice hat, but like I get hat hair. And
I mean,
don't like
what is
that.
a hat? What is a crown but a hat?
So
Same.
so true. So true. And that kind of wisdom is why they're gonna make you queen someday.
How did you become a pirate?
Oh, and I think like still kind of processing everything that's happened for the last few hours. Like you see Tavia like reorient his brain for a moment and just I mean, I didn't really like have a lot growing up, kind of on my own. So got old enough, taking jobs on ships was kind of the easiest thing to do, and then like I took some on the like quote unquote good pirate ships and the like, but they're all like be up at 8 a.m. and go to, and it's just boring. So And then I ended up with Bella. So,
I think 8 a.m. is rather late, but
what?
it's
You're going through a lot. Sorry, yeah. Totally. Great time to wake up. Yeah, but yeah, and then I just sort of fell in with Bella, and that was nice, and she kind of turned me into a semi-functioning person. So.
You
Yeah.
don't have, forgive me if it's personal, you don't have
Okay.
relatives?
And I think you see there's like half an instinct to make a joke, but instead Tavia just kind of like shrugs a shoulder a little bit in a very like boyish way and just, overrated in my opinion. So I've got my crew, and I have Bella, and I have my annoying intern who I'm unfortunately very fond of. And I've got the sea, and myself, and now I guess you guys. So feels like more than enough for a guy. And what do you even do with a family anyway? You know what I mean? Like I feel like
Exchanges a look where they feel like fuck.
Well,
I feel like we might not be the people to ask because the answer lately
Sure.
seems to be dealing with the fallout of their actions. But
sure. Yeah, and
I
I have
think
enough
that's
fallout of
what it
my
is.
own actions to deal with at this point. You know what I mean? Like I don't really have extra like room for like other people's actions. So
right,
yeah.
we'll say it is rather helpful when they deal with the.
Oh, you cut out my love.
I put my microphone today. That's why. Different from all the other times. No, but it's helpful when they deal with the fallout of yours. So
Sure. Yeah. I'll keep it in mind, I guess. I think I'm probably a little bit late to the party, but I don't know. Good to know. But I mean, you know, Bella's like basically my family. So that counts for something, I think. But. And hey, technically kind of I'm dealing with the fallout of her decisions in a way. So there you go. So that's the metric.
that's how you know they're family. Yes.
Check the box. I'd love to talk about something else now. But I'm helpful. That's cool. Kind of like, I think, eyes flicked to you very briefly, Lark, and then back to the ground. I don't know if you heard. I'm Mr. Helpful. So.
I think Mark's just gone like quiet and is kind of like. Ayla, you recognize this like motion immediately. Whenever Lark's nervous, he like plays with his wedding ring and is now like his hand keeps going to like something that isn't there, and then he just stuffs his hands inside his pockets and his like shoulders creep up to his ears.
Oh, I think that like Alia will kind of like reach out a hand for theirs a little bit, kind of like try to take their hand even though it's in their fucking pocket. Get that thing out of there.
He'll like take the hand and then like put it in his pocket with his like hold it in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you guys can make it to the farm very easily.
Well, glances at Tibet. You mentioned supplies. I'm pretty sure we're well stocked in here. If memory
great.
serves.
Yeah, I can start, if you are giving me permission, I guess, to rifle around your house. And start rifling around. I'm good at that, so.
Never asked permission to rifle through my things before, so.
Well, that is true. Well, then, no, I didn't ask you, so write that down. And I think that just turns backwards and starts kind of like walking in the direction of your house, and then eventually will go deeper in your house. Doing God knows what, but he's doing something.
Was that a bad idea?
I don't. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. I can't really tell with them.
Can I help you with your...
Maybe. I I want to just take a moment to compose a letter and reach out, see if we can reach Cordelia, although I'm not sure which me she's acquainted with, if either. If this magic hasn't reached her yet. So it might be tricky, but
well,
why
as
don't we
someone who
look
has received many a letter from you, it's a delight each and every time. So,
oh well, thank you. You're flattering me. We can look at the map as well. It's just they're not that. I mean, magical spell check has been helpful, but
kind of like pulls out two like wooden chairs from the kitchen table, like sits down at one, kind of like still with like holding your hand, kind of pulls you down into the other, and like will like swing his legs up on like the corner of your chair and like pick your legs up and put them in his lap, and will just like drag out like pieces of parchment for you, put them in front of you, and I think like in a very domestic, familiar, you've read books to each other, you've like been studying and like reviewing and writing like personal correspondence and royal correspondence like at the same desk for like a decade now. I think you fall into a very like simple, homely, domestic version of that still at its core is very familiar. And we'll just kind of like start flicking through this book and like I think it's about as content Lark has been for the last few hours.
yeah, I think Aelia will kind of take off the rest of her armor. Kind of, there's just like a lot of the tension in her is gone again, and it's because like 50 pounds of armor is off of her, and also some other weights. And we'll sit and take a minute to compose this letter. And after working on it for a couple of minutes and like muttering to herself occasionally, like looking up and staring off into space and like trying to find the right word. Can I read this to you before I try to send it out? I just don't know if I feel like it needs something.
All right. Yes.
Right. There's a whole to-do in the titles and whatnot at the beginning. Honored Silver Gauntlet of Coromeria, Keeper of Knowledge, Mistress of Arcane Strategy, yada yada yada, all that. I send fond greetings from Everglen. I do not believe we were properly introduced during my last visit to Coromeria. I hope you will forgive the oversight on my part, which I would be delighted to correct. Though I myself have always erred towards gold and steel, I hold great admiration for you and yours and those in your domain. Warriorhood and scholarship should go hand in hand, lest our thinking be done by cowards and our fighting done. I find myself and my family in what I believe. And I believe the key to...
You're cutting out.
No! Okay. Hi, guys. Hi. This is my podcast now. Hey, friends. Boo! Okay. Anywho. Yeah. Well, Aelia's dyslexia is kicking in, and she's just, like, stumbling over her words a bit. It's fine. I find myself and my family in what I believe to be a great deal of danger, and I believe the key to formulating a solution lies with you and your past. I apologize if this is not a welcome topic, and for my inability to be more forthcoming at this moment, but I am reaching out to you today to ask for an audience, or barring that, to at least open a line of correspondence. Please forgive me. I do not know who else to turn to. My hope is in your hands. Wishing you well, Aelia Solar. I left off all the other bits because I'm not really sure which me she knows, so...
Take a point of inspiration, because that was a really good letter.
Thank you!
I don't want to interrupt, but... Yeah.
I think you should add your title.
But which one?
Your one, Aelia.
I don't know which one that is right now. I don't know which me to be.
You like would stretch across the table and kind of like take both of your hands in his. Listen, when I When I was put to task to find a wife all those years ago, and I don't know, we had an interesting conversation at a ball, which I drastically misconstrued. We both know that story, and ended up on your doorstep with a proposal I assumed you were anticipating. I didn't. I wasn't looking for a crown lady. I was looking for a partner and a confidant, and you have been all of that and more. So much more. And at your core, you are someone who knows what is right, even if you're not sure which version of you that comes from, because there are many versions of you. You were not born a crown lady, but you were just you, and that is enough. And I think the title is something you have always deserved. And it doesn't matter which version of you this Cordelia knows in this universe.
Well, I hope you're willing to begin applying that same logic to yourself.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you might not have been Crown Lord, but I don't think that makes you any less deserving, if that's still what you want.
Thank you.
And I think at this point you probably, just as they're kind of holding hands, notice the little bit of grass that Luca had tied around his finger as like a little stand-in.
What's this?
I've got such an awkward tan. No, I don't even have an awkward. I can't. That's bullshit. It felt naked, and so Luca helped the solution.
I think he swipes a thumb across the blade of grass, and just with a little bit of druidcraft magic formulates into a little bit more of a stronger braid with a little flower bud on top in place of a gem.
Will you be offended if I say I actually think I like this one better?
No.
I mean, don't get me wrong, the other one was very nice, but...
No, I know, but it wasn't,
Well...
It wasn't something I really chose for you.
Yes, and well, when I accepted it, I didn't really know you. But I do now, and... Oh, damn it. I think... Kind of straightens up a little bit. Squares her shoulders. I've noticed that we're both sort of talking around the issue of what we want to do. This is the reality that we're, confined to. And... I don't know. I know that whatever decision needs to be made for the kingdom is the one that we'll do, and that, of course, we're both going to probably continue to, put duty above our personal goals and desires, and think that that's part of what makes us such such an excellent team, and I think that's a very, very admirable trait that we both share, and I appreciate that selflessness, but, well, if this is our fate, if we go wherever we're supposed to go and we fall completely flat on our faces, and this is just reality now, this is just where we are, then I think that we both have a right to be selfish about it. And kind of goes and we'll go over like to her armor and like fiddle with one of the like rings on the chainmail a little bit to pull it off. And so I very selfishly, whatever happens next, I would like to do that by your side. If you'll have me.
Are you proposing to me?
Well, you got to do it the first time. I figure it's my turn.
Kurt sits back, and very rarely does Lark get this like little bit of a look on his face, but it's like one of like, it's very boyish in its mischief, and he goes, well, I was on one knee when I did it.
No, you know what? That's fair. I made a lot of demands, and we'll kind of scoot the chair back. Yeah, we'll get down on one knee. Little ring of chainmail.
I think we'll like clasp your hands in his and like thread this like chainmail link onto their finger and like just join you on the floor on their knees. And I think we'll just kind of like take your face in his hands.
You're my best friend. And wherever we go, whatever we do, we do it together or not at all.
I do. I really did think you were going to ask for another dog at one point.
I think there's a little tickle in the back of Alia's brain with the other memories of this other life, and she kind of just gets a little. Oh, you. No, I mean I wouldn't want to.
How many dogs do you have in this universe?
It's three. It's three. It's just
three.
It's Handsome and two others. Just Handsome and two others. It's just two more, and one little one. And I think
No, it's fine. That's easily done. Yep.
Yeah.
3. Okay.
They're very sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Elia, in this moment, as the two of you are here and like essentially kind of making new vows, I think you feel that golden pool of like warmth and light in the center of your chest that manifests your magic as a paladin that has been so like kind of like changing and shifting and not quite as set in these last couple of hours. I think you feel it begin to take shape in this sort of new promise and new oath. Would you like to tell us about your new oath?
I totally would love to. Oh my god. Somebody tell me why I closed the before we started this game. Rookie mistake, kids. Yeah, I think that as Alia, who was previously Oath of the Crown, sort of is sitting here in this moment reaffirming her devotion to her partner. In this case and at this time, there is no grand ceremony. There are, no gleaming crowns on either of their heads. It's just the two of them in this sort of quiet space and quiet moment, deciding that whatever they do next, they're going to do it together. And so I think that there's a little moment where both, very similar to the way that it happens typically when she casts a warding bond on herself and on Lark. Their little makeshift rings kind of glow with a little bit of golden magic. And she is now Oath of the Dawn Chorus. For anybody at home, the Dawn Chorus is another name for when the birds outside your window wake you up at 6 a.m. Because the sun is starting to come up and it's awakening them, and all of that sort of bird song fills the air just before the sun comes. I don't know. I wrote a whole blurb. Can I read the blurb? Is that too much time?
Read the
Cool,
blurb,
okay.
babe. Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm proud of the blurb. The Oath of the Dawn Chorus is sworn between two, you and the life partner to whom you are honor-bound to stand beside. But your relationship with them is not one of passive subservience or blind loyalty to the crown atop their head. You believe that love, like duty, is not a fleeting feeling, and is instead a series of commitments made because they are right, not because they are easy. Your strength and your magic come from your absolute faith in that love, regardless of circumstance, and the certainty that it will see you through even the darkest of nights and into the golden light of morning. Together, you will usher in an era of peace and prosperity for your kingdom, one that is brighter than the dawn and filled with the joyful song of your people, ringing out loudly enough to reach the stars. And a bunch of abilities that I'll show you guys when we next.
Yeah, and I
So
think,
normal about that.
I'm literally tearing up. What the fuck? You guys are holding hands, right?
Yeah.
I think as you swear this new oath, both of you kind of like from the place where your palms are touching, feel like this like soft warmth, like the way it feels when you're standing in the sun. And you see just a very like thin string of gold magic kind of wind its way around each of your wrists. Not to like, you know, keep you there forever, but as a symbol of the way that you've bound yourselves together in this moment. And I think because it's funny, about this point, Tivia Tides comes walking out of the room holding like a bunch of blankets in one arm and a backpack in the other, and goes, "Okay, so I found. Oh, sorry, I can. You guys seem like you're doing. I'm gonna. Sorry, yep." And just turn on his heel and walk back in the room.
Oh.
No, sorry. Don't worry about it. I don't want to interrupt. You let me know
Thank
when
you.
you're
Just
good.
right. Just one
In there.
minute, and leans in. And at some point, we are going to have to talk about that.
What?
We don't have to, like, right now, but, like, at some point, I think that we probably should. I mean, we don't have to. It's all, I completely, you know. No? Okay. That's fine.
What? The supplies?
Oh, God, okay. I'm more the pirate that you had on a baby leash for, like, a week and a half. No, I mean, we don't have to. We can, oh my God, that's something that I'm not even remotely even going to begin to. We can put a pin in that for the foreseeable future. I do a little bit more mean the pirate king who is just keeps like looking at you, like they're looking at you, like all the time.
I haven't noticed.
Right.
What do you mean looking at me all the time? It's a little bit pink.
Oh, you know.
That's just... No, I don't.
Oh, you know. Oh, you're blushing. Oh, you know.
No, I'm not. No, I don't. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm marrying you.
How do
Stop
know what you
it.
don't know?
Stop it. Don't...
Look, and when people... I feel like I'm going crazy. Are we missing again the part where we both are just... It's like more of like a life partnership commitment than like...
Yes, I'm your
Right.
husband. That's what that means.
Okay, yes, right. And the things that a lot of married couples do, again, we still good on that. Good to, you know, pursue our own happiness in that way.
in this universe, Celia. No,
right,
it's
okay,
not.
exactly. And so that it hasn't changed for me fine. And
I don't know. Do you want to try kissing and see if it works in this universe?
I don't think it's really going to change that much. I mean, we could. Do you want to? Do we want to, like, get it out of the way? Like, we... What am I?
Surely not.
I mean, I'll try anything once.
Okay. No.
No, not really.
No.
No. I mean, I'm glad we tried because at least, we can say that we gave it a go, but...
You're very pleasant. Very...
Right.
Smart.
Yeah.
Right.
But... Exactly. And so, again, you should do what you want.
I am.
You are. Yes. You should do what you want in every aspect of your life. And you should...
Thank you.
And if there are people, and it doesn't have to be a person in this house who's probably fucking listening because it's fine. You should do whatever you want with
No,
the parts of you and the parts of your heart that we don't share. Okay, we don't have to talk about it right now, but again, at some point we probably should because
No, why?
I feel like you've been abstaining out of this weird sense of obligation and you know that I have not been. And
Well, how do you know that I don't have
because I
someone
live
in
with
this
you,
uni-
Lark. Because I live with you and we share a bed. And I know
So?
damn well no one else has been in it.
Well, no, that would be rather rude.
Right. And I have access to your calendar, and I know that frankly you haven't really had the time, so...
Alright, well, not everyone schedules their appointments, Alia. Sorry.
I just
that
think
was
it's
a
the
low
most
bow.
efficient way. No, it's fine. No, it is. It is
I respect your
very funny, actually. Right. Like I said, should...
We're not talking about it right now.
Okay, we don't have to talk about it right now. There's been a lot, but... Tavia, you can come back in.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you see from that same doorway, Tavia's head, like, kind of poke out very sheepishly. Really, if you need a minute, I don't want to... I know it's been a long couple days.
Nope.
One day. Okay.
Nope, it's fine. You're fine.
Wipes them out.
Does he... I rolled a natural one. They don't even clock it. They're so embarrassed.
Oh, shit.
Incredible.
funny.
That's my Burger King. And you see, over the next couple minutes, he comes out with, like, a stack of blankets and backpacks and, like, kind of goes through the kitchen and puts together some ration kits and just kind of starts assembling, like, the equivalent of, like, travel packs for the party. As you guys are continuing, I know we want to check in on the map stuff as well, but we are going to hop over first. Are you guys, Camille and Elise, are you walking together since you're going the same place, or are you splitting up instantly?
I think I'd assume together unless Camille speeds off.
No, I don't mind. Yeah, we together.
Hell yeah. Then as our two teams, then we'll say kind of break off, you guys can make your way towards the estate. It's a much shorter walk for the both of you, as the Circle of Old Oaks is closer to the estate than it is to Acorn. But while you guys are walking, is there anything you'd like to do?
So,
Yeah.
the whole time, we've known.
Well, I mean, we've really only all been a group for a couple of weeks.
Weeks. There's a lot of hours in weeks.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just still grasping it. I understand.
Yes, I don't expect to be understood or forgiven anytime soon, if at all. So I am sorry. I regret my actions, but I don't know that I would do them differently.
You wouldn't.
I don't know.
I wouldn't share that part with Lark and Aelia if I were you. I do understand. I do. And I feel like I have less stakes in the situation. I think my life has gotten better. At least in my memories. I don't know. I haven't walked in the door yet, but
When I first encountered the dreaming, it was after I found the portrait of Cordelia, and that was when I discovered stuff about the dreaming. That is when the dreaming contacted me for the first time. It was also one of the first times in my entire 473 years in the archives that King Ambrose paid a personal visit to me to see how I was doing. It was after I found that portrait and after the dreaming had contacted me. I was operating under the assumptions that perhaps he knew somehow that I had done it, and so but it also could have just been something completely random. Him coming, he said it was under a guise of seeing how I was doing. So I don't know.
So now that you have more of an insight into Ambrose and their views on that, how has your view changed about Ambrose?
I still do not like him. I do not trust him. You've heard the phrase, never meet your heroes?
Yes.
Certainly don't go and work for them for over 400 years. So it is a great way to make them not your hero anymore.
So you know a lot about Ambrose, do you?
I don't know that I know all of the tiny details of his life, but I have observed for a very long time. And
with the gossip.
Yes. And I was a huge fan as a kid. He was like a superstar to me.
Oh, wow.
A hero.
Yeah.
And so that's why I got a job here. And then I met him, and well, I'm not also of the crown anymore, am I?
It's actually very heartbreaking. So then, Elise.
Yes.
Where do you find your joy?
Don't tell anyone. This is embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess maybe in this world everyone knows, actually. I write adventure stories.
Have you published any?
Not in our world. I've never shown anyone. Here, though, then kind of like Concealy is kind of thinking through these new memories. Like, I think perhaps I have published a few.
Can I think through my memories? Have I read any of them?
Yeah, probably. They do pretty well here.
Elise, I've read your books. And I like them a lot.
Oh.
They never way with words.
Okay.
What? Elise, you need to publish them. I mean, yes, in this world, if we keep it however we decide, but if we do go back, you should publish.
I am not good at having people engage with me in much. So I don't know, that feels like a lot of attention.
Oh, this is my forte! We can make a different name for you. An alias. So it won't be back to you. In that way you can get the compliments that you want. But you can walk outside and just live your regular life.
Like a nom de plume. I have not thought of that.
Yes! Yes! We could do that. And then you know how in the back of the book there's always like a photo of the artist, of the author.
Yes.
We can do a little photo shoot in my studio.
But then they will know it is me.
No, you would not look like you. We'd do something else. Disguise you as somebody else. As your pen name. Oh, this is so exciting. We could do this.
Okay. So then, perhaps I am putting together some things. I told you that I wanted people to talk about my dress, and then it was in Gab and Gabby, and here you are with a pen name talk.
Yes.
It kind of looks at you.
Uh-huh. What? Huh?
Are you Z? Are you Gab and Gabby? Is it you?
No. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm very old and very smart.
God damn. Yeah, it's true. Yes, fine, yes. Yes, I am Gabrielle Gabin. Yes, I am Gabin Gabby, yes. Is that bad? Are you upset at me? I wrote a lot of pieces.
No?
No?
Well, perhaps at one time I would be. You know how I feel about gossip, but...
Gossip, yes, I know. I know that was a big... Yes.
But I think what you do is... in its own way, a important part of truth-telling. Gossip is, in its own right, very important, and I did not see that until recently, and I think what you do is incredibly important to the ecosystem of the castle, and even if sometimes what you say is weird, I think it is good and needed, and you serve a very important role here in the castle.
You can see, like, the prickly side that, like, comes out of Camille typically whenever, like, you know, Elise talks about gossip. It completely, like, melts away. You...
Did I see something wrong? I'm sorry, I did not mean... I am upsetting everyone tonight, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not upset. I think I didn't realize how much I needed your approval on that. Yes, thank you so much. I want to apologize again. I know when the receiving day happened, I gave you a bit of a cold shoulder, and it was just because you said a lot of stuff about gossip the day before, and Gab and Gabby the day before, and you didn't know, and that was really, it came out of nowhere, probably, and so I apologize. It was just because I was offended and I didn't know how to explain myself well. Great, thank you for saying that.
Well, if you are apologizing for giving the cold shoulder, I think I need to go and apologize to every single person in the castle, because my shoulders are never warm.
Oh!
So it is nothing.
Like your shoulders, and your shoulder pads are so cute. No. Well. That's, you know what? Yeah. I think you've just given me something, yes. Move how you should. How you need to. Don't apologize. You're right. Okay. Wow. Well. We'll work on your pen name when we get back.
Right.
Hmm.
You ready to,
Yeah, I was just going to say, I know the jury is still out on what you're deciding to do when it comes to, Queen. I was going to ask, but I don't think it'd be nice of me to. Not in like a mean go. I was going to ask, like, where, if you could make a commitment now, but I don't think I could ask that of you.
You want to know if I will make a commitment to bringing things back to the way they were?
I don't know if that's even right to ask. I think everyone has a right to figure out what they want to do on their own.
I will promise you this. When I know what I want, I will be very open and honest about it, and I will not keep my choice hidden. I have come to see you all sort of as, if not my children, because you are all very young, my grandkids almost, and I want what is best for you all, and when I know what you all think that is, I will be there with you.
Sounds good. All right.
You need to go steal a very powerful being's clothes?
Yes. And you are going to schmooze and be so charming and get what you need.
Yes.
That trust. You already have it, so. Give him a good
All right.
control.
Thank you, Camille.
Thank you. Yeah.
Let's go.
Split off.
All right. Yeah, I think we will stick with Elise first here and then pick up with Camille in just a moment. Elise, what's the game plan here? Are you marching straight up? Are you perusing the party? I will say the hall has like very much begun to, like the crowd has begun to thin out. There's still like some people here, but it's definitely not as crowded as it was. And you can even hear like where once there was like orchestral music on the inside, and you could sort of hear the faint like thrums of more like modern music outside. The modern music has ended, and even like the orchestra has kind of begun to slow down a little bit as people, I think as you're walking in, there are more people walking opposite you than otherwise.
I think Elise is going to just kind of walk in, and kind of make straight for Astra, but I think Elise, before she like really enters the ballroom, is gonna take a minute and just kind of let all of the emotion from the night of seeing the grave, of finally telling people, you know, about the most important person in her life. I think she's gonna kind of let all that sadness and relief be very much at the surface.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Walk in.
Yeah, as you walk in, I think you also notice what Camille noticed earlier, which is that huge back panel of stained glass is gone. You don't see anyone sweeping up glass anymore because it's been a little while, but you also note that that glass is absolutely gone. And yeah, as you walk in, I think you see Astra still kind of seated on the throne up here. I think you see Wisteria here as well, but like, you can kind of tell, even without a check looking at both of them, that they are both reaching the point where they're gonna leave. Like, Wisteria looks like they are barely holding themselves upright at this point, and is probably leaning just a little bit on, like, their, probably, like, on a wall or just something nearby. And you see Astra, like, still has this, like, regal and relaxed demeanor, but you recognize, I think, honestly, probably just from the amount of time you've spent with the previous royal family, you recognize the telltale signs of, I'm ready to leave this room full of people who are all looking at me all the time. Just the beginning traces of kind of eyes glancing towards the door and that kind of thing. You also note familiar faces in here. You see Captain of the Guard Aurora is still, who's no longer Captain of the Guard, is still in here. Virion is still in here. Farah is still in here. Zahavi is kind of near the door. A lot of familiar faces in the staff and guard department kind of milling about. And yeah.
Just make a beeline straight for the throne.
Yeah, absolutely. You beeline for the throne, and I think when you're like halfway there or like 3/4 of the way there, you see that Astra and Wisteria both kind of notice you, and I think Wisteria like forces themselves to straighten up in a not like a hostile way, but in a ready way. And you see Astra straightens, and actually a little bit of a smile kind of appears on her face. And once you are close enough, I have to ask, do you bow to your queen?
Incredibly deep curtsy, so deep like Elise's old knees audibly like pop. She straightens up, you know.
Yeah, as you bow and straighten, I think you see Astra kind of sits up and just goes, Elise, it's very nice to see you. Are you having a pleasant evening? And you feel the sort of like undertone trying to feel out what the vibe is here.
I would not say it is pleasant, but it is welcome.
Well, I suppose that's something. What can I do for you?
It is what I can do for you. I am here to offer you both congratulations.
Astra kind of like bows her head a little bit and just, thank you. That's very kind. And your support has meant the world in all of this.
I am now your royal archivist. Is there anything you need of me?
At the moment, I don't think so. I think kind of like glances around the ball, and I think will you make me an insight check actually?
Yes, I would love to. Oh, what is that I can't see? That is a 19 on the die. Plus, I think I have a 7, so 26.
Beautiful. I think as Astra's eyes kind of dart through the room, I think you pick up for the first time in all of your time speaking with her, whether as the dreamer or as her, but definitely like in your time of seeing them as like a person. I think you kind of catch a flicker of somebody who has been not alone, but like fairly isolated and cut off for the world for a long time, being immediately thrown into an incredibly loud, crowded environment. I think you see the just small traces of like desperation to hide, like just kind of overwhelm and overstimulation, to be honest, and a slight relief that is beginning to give way. You also see, I think, exhaustion a little bit there. Like it's not super, like it's not apparent to anyone who doesn't know what to look for, especially because I think Astra is using some of her new archfey magic to glamour that away and to look like, you know, flesh-cheeked and dewy and like, but you see like a little bit of like a hollow in the cheeks and a little bit of like bags around the eyes. And she just kind of, no, I think most everyone is headed home for the evening and celebrations are wrapping up. Thank you for offering, though. That's very kind. I will probably be retiring fairly soon, and Wisteria as well.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
You are retiring. Do you kind of step close? Do you dream when you retire? Here? Now? Do you?
I think you see the faintest smile kind of appear on her face. And she says, and kind of, I think, matches you and, like, leans in just a little bit. And there's a little bit of, like, a friendly, like, conspiratorial, like, playfulness there. And she just, honestly, I have no idea, but I'm really excited to find out. I haven't slept or tranced in the material plane in 30-some years. So, I wouldn't know. But I'll let you know when I find out.
Please. If it is, alright by you, Your Highness,
this is me, James. It's Majesty, just so you know.
Majesty.
I know you don't want to mistitle it.
Yeah. Your Majesty, writing it down. If it is alright, I would like to take a few days go visit the cottage, perhaps. There's a lot to realize. You are in a new world with a new life. I would prefer to do my understanding of that not in the office I have spent the last 400 plus years in.
I think in this moment, you see her kind of look at you, and I think, like, there is probably, like, an expectation in this moment because you are kind of hiding what you want to do. There is an expectation for, like, the, you know, like, archfey, especially, like, having been around Ambrose for 400 years, like, the archfey squint of the eyes, like, see through. And I think in this moment, you see that, like, Astra genuinely doesn't even think to be suspicious in this moment because of, like, the strength you have given them and the fact that you just came here and bowed and you know, gave your acknowledgement of her as queen. And I think you see she just, of course, yeah, I think it will be an adjustment period for all of us, and I fully support you in taking whatever you need to make it a smooth one.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate.
Of course.
But please do. I do not know where I will be exactly or when I will get there, but please do keep in touch if you can. Send a message here and there.
Of course. And if there's anything that I might do for you, please let me know. I have many more resources at my availability now, so I'd be more than happy to assist with anything you might need.
Thank you.
Of course.
And yes, if there's anything you need from me, even while I am away, please do let me know. I think this will be a big adjustment for the both of us, and I want to make sure that neither of you looks at Wisteria feel terribly alone in that.
Thank you, Elise. That's very kind. I will let you know. I also just want to caution you that, and I think you see like eyes kind of flick around the room. There's nobody near you, but just out of 30 years of having to hide her intentions and be careful, that's not a impulse easily shrugged off. And I think you see they continue and say, our normal channels of communication, if you were to attempt that, would not reach me for the time being. However, I have our mutual friend Sylvie LeFay waiting to intercept anything that might be passed that way. But of course, by any other channel, I am at your disposal.
Wonderful. Great. Then I will perhaps I will send a message to Sylvie LeFay as well, and just let them know that I will not be around the castle for a while, but if there's any messages that's or if you are able to pass messages to her and to me,
I will happily pass it along to her. Her ability to use that channel of communication will not be as clear cut as mine, but I can reach her fairly easily, so I will happily let her know on your behalf.
Thank you. And I myself am getting quite tired, so perhaps I shall retire as well.
Well, I think, and I think you see, she kind of looks at Wisteria and looks back and goes, if you don't mind the company, I might walk with you. I think it's well past my bedtime.
Yes, of course. It is good. Wisteria, do you know of rooms here as well?
Yes, technically, I suppose yes, I do. And I know where they are, and I will find them and rest there.
Well then, yes. Your Majesty, let us retire. I can accompany you to your rooms and then be on my way.
Wonderful. And you see Astra kind of stands, and the few nobles and guards in the area will kind of stop and bow or curtsy to her as she makes her way out. You see a few of the guard kind of trail behind as well, escorting the three of you towards the Queen's chambers. Out of curiosity, are you, just so I know, are you giving Camille any kind of warning that you are...
Just about to say.
No, yeah.
If possible, I would love to take my phone and perhaps she's engaged with bowing and saying goodnight, just send a text to the group chat that just says she's moving. Hit send. There's probably a 3-second accidental audio clip attached as well. But yeah, so the group chat knows that, and I'm trying to hide that I'm doing this.
Would you make me either why did I almost merge those two words in my brain? Would you make me either a stealth or a sleight of hand check? I almost asked you to make a sleuth of hand check, which is nothing.
A sleuth of hand. It should be, honestly.
Oh, I agree.
Better. My sleight of hand is just a +1. My stealth is also just a +1, so it doesn't matter.
Please!
Okay, that is a 17 +1 for an 18.
18, yeah. I think you see Astra kind of like pauses and like gets stuck for about 3 seconds in a very short conversation with probably the her signs or fucking somebody who's trying to like, oh, thank you for the fun, it was wonderful, and you're back and forth, and you see she's trying to like distance herself. I think nothing like happens. You're not 100% certain. I think you do feel Wisteria's eyes kind of flick to you for a moment and then flick back to Astra. Doesn't say anything. Doesn't seem to like change body behavior or like body language or anything. But so you feel it's like 50-50. But also, yeah, holotransmitter. It's a commonly used thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So true.
And yeah, you guys can start making your way towards the Queen's chambers. We will hop over to Camille. Hey, Camille, what's the plan?
Well, I guess maybe an intelligence check to see if she goes to her studio. Would it be okay to steal something from there, or should she go to Rose's former chamber?
You could absolutely find something in your studio, probably.
Okay. Then she's gonna go to her studio and try to swipe up an outfit or something that she can have in this new memory of like, yeah, the Queen wore this to this gala event that never happened. Yeah,
100%. I think I was not without even a check. I don't think because you're familiar with your workshop and you have your memories from this Camille and stuff. Yeah, I think you walk in and you are instantly met with like entirely different fabrics, entirely different accessories as their former life of dressing an entirely different royal kind of fills this room. And very easily enough, I think if you want like a gown or a scrap of fabric or something, you can get that that Astra like owns and has worn. I think if you want something smaller, you can also get like some jewelry, like an earring or a ring or a necklace or something like that. This is pretty much full because like if the princess lived here, you would dress the princess. However, the princess doesn't because she doesn't know her mom's life. So pretty much everything in here belongs to Astra at this point. And anything in here can be taken.
I know I could take an earring. I don't know why I'm stuck on fabric. So she's gonna take a little piece of fabric. She's gonna whatever.
Absolutely.
It's probably something that's being deconstructed to like take elements of it and put it into a new thing. So she's just like takes a little rip of that, and heads out.
Absolutely. Is there anything else you want to grab while you're here?
Is any of her family members around?
You know what? Probably. I think. Let's really luck check to see how awake they are at this point. Do you think that your family are like late, like night owls, or do you think they're?
If they're creatives, I think they have.
That is true. Yeah, absolutely. So then I just rolled a luck check and I rolled very good. So I think you, as you kind of walk into, I just realized you don't live here anymore, but your workshop. You share. Yeah, we'll say that you walk in and I think Gina is definitely in here, and I think you catch Gina talking to, we'll say one of your parents is in here. We'll say your mom, Alana, is in here.
Okay.
And as you walk in, they both kind of turn to you, and Alana goes, Camille! Hello! By the way, I didn't have a chance to tell you earlier. Wonderful, by the way. Incredible. Kind of like emotions at your outfit.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Of course.
Oh, you guys look incredible as well.
Oh, stop. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Have you, I don't know, I guess, how was your evening?
Well, and I think you see Gina looks a little more haggard, not in a bad way, but in a, like, you can tell Gina, like, goddamn, Gina had a great fucking night. You see, like, Gina, like, looks a little bit closer to sleep than your mom is, and just, I had a wonderful night. Yes, I did a lot of dancing, and probably had more champagne than I should have. But it's a party. It's fine. I'm entitled, frankly.
Right. Yeah, right. Who can tell you what to do with the title. Right.
Exactly. And I think you see over Gina's head, your mom kind of like looks at you as Gina's talking about how much she drank and just gives a little like, in a like, she drank too fucking much kind of expression. Yes, I think we all had a fairly good time. Your mom is asleep as well.
I was about to ask. So you guys, they went to sleep already?
Just a few moments ago. You might be able to catch them on the way out if you'd like to. But yes. Okay. Did you have a good night?
I did. I had an all right night.
All right.
Yeah, lots of ups and downs, and seeing old faces, new places. Not really new, just familiar. Sorry. I'm just trying to. I think she's like just trying to assess, like, I guess how much better they're feeling, if they're feeling better in this life, or like if they're like, do they look as tired? Are they like? I guess, yeah, a little vibe check is what she's trying to do.
Yeah, make an insight check. Well, with advantage, because this is your family.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
You have your inspiration if you need it. Yeah.
Oh, my God. I'm using one more. Okay. Okay. I rolled 2 nat 1s and a 6.
Oh, my God. Holy shit.
That last one was a 19.
Okay, good.
And her insight is +9, so 28. Woo!
Incredible. Yeah, I mean, I think that you see that, like, they seem happy. I think your mom Alana is specifically the one who is the Viscountess of Coin, and so I think you see that, like, where in the memories that you have, like, your mom is a very, like, work hard kind of, like, we have not like in a let me find my words for a second, like, is a very, like, work hard and drive and, like, we're gonna make a name for ourselves kind of person. And I think you see, like, this version of her still has all of those pieces, but it's like you're seeing her in a way that it's all paid off. Like, there isn't as much, like, I have to stay up all night and finish this because, like, this has to be perfect, because like they've done that, they've put the work in, and now they're kind of reaping what they've sown. And so I think you see that, like, your mom looks a little more relaxed than they are in the memories that you have, dressed in finery, which is not to say that is unlike your family and the memories that you have, but I think, like, even more so, and, like, a lot of, like, kind of gold accents now to, like, represent the status as the Viscountess of Coin.
I think it's kind of like a new money, old money type thing, where it's like,
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's a different kind of happy, because I don't think your family is unhappy in the memories that you have. I think it's very much, it's like finally getting what they've been working for. So yeah. Gina looks happy as well. Just to...
Do they have a place? I mean, like, they had a shop in Acorn for, like, more money. Do we have a shop in Acorn anymore?
I feel like maybe it's been, like, franchised. You know what I mean? Like, they still have a place, but, like, the family doesn't work there anymore. Because you have better things to be doing.
Right.
But, like, there is one there. And it's kind of like a novelty thing where people come in and they're like, oh my God, the Viscountess of Coin owns this shop. That's so cool.
Right.
Oh my God, the Royal Dressers made this stuff.
I think Camille kind of, like, smiles at the both of them and is like, huh, okay. She looks over at her, like, workshop desk and sees there's, like, not really that many, like, sketches as there needed to be, because now there's just one royal instead of doing Ambrose and Flora and Laurel and my goodness, it was like 7 people before, or
Something like that,
yeah. Oh, so, there's no need to go to the shop. So what's the next project? Is there another project coming up?
And I think here you actually see your mom kind of look to Gina in this moment, who now has a larger role in kind of the work that you guys do, who now doesn't have to really worry about the shop anymore or anything like that. And I think you see Gina, who is admittedly still, like, couple steps north of drunk, just not, like, fully there.
Yeah.
But she's not, like, the farthest out, kind of. Oh, well, okay. Well, I wanted to design this, I have an idea for this, like, cute little enchanted hat for the queen that sort of, like, looks like shooting stars in certain light. I think that would be very good. But I mean, obviously, like, you're in charge, so I don't want to step on any toes or anything. I just think it would look very nice if I say, but, like, no pressure. If you don't want her to wear nice things, then, like, that's fine.
No, you said an enchanted hat that talks.
Why would it talk? No, it looks like shooting stars. Like in certain lights. Yeah. But I suppose it... Do you think it should talk? I suppose it could.
I don't. Talk. I don't think it should.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, what would it even say? You know what I mean? That's
Pride.
Like, ghost. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm looking at. Yes. Everything like that. I think that would be wonderful. And your mom. No, sorry. Go ahead.
Loki has like a flashback to like when she was doing the little acorn, and it put at the first episode, and like everything changed out with like dancing lights, and she's like,
Yeah.
"What more?
Oh.
Got it. Is that okay? Nice."
And I think you see your mom kind of, and I mean, my business is it's not the fun things of dresses and gowns and not talking hats anymore, but at the Privy Council meeting this week, I'm thinking of proposing sort of an upgrade to the royal tapestries and adornments. I think we could sort of like, kind of zhuzh up like the guards and all of the kind of adornments, really make this place like sparkle in a way.
Okay.
Yes. And I mean, I know I'm a bit... Like, I have other things to do with the Viscountess of Coin, but they're all very boring, and I don't think either of you would enjoy necessarily listening to budgeting and things, but that's the fun thing I'm going to propose, because I think it'd be very nice.
We're concerned with budget in this we're concerned with budget here nowadays.
I'm going to squinty you a little bit, I think, and I'm Viscountess of Coin, it's my job on the Privy Council, yes.
Right.
No, I work very hard on the Privy Council, so your mother and both of you can go do all the fun work that I did to get us here. But no, it's fine.
Thank you.
It's just budget. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I think kind of like leans in and just gives you like a little kiss on the cheek and just, of course.
Well, I know you guys are buzzed. I don't mean to kill your buzz. I just was interested in what was going on.
Of course. I didn't see much
think-
of you this evening. Where were you off to?
Oh, I was around. I occupied.
Were you occupied or occupied?
All of the above. You know me. I have my hands in different pots.
Sure.
I think she's like trying to like scramble through her brain because she's like, what is the situation with like all of her like little love affairs that she's been like that she's had, that she's like, I don't know what to say. I don't know. What, I guess maybe that's a conversation we'll have to have.
I will say, I will put the power entirely in your hands in this moment.
But I also like I would love to discover what is happening.
Oh yeah, I
in her
think I love that
too. Yeah.
100%. Yeah, I think at this point, because also I think your mom like is nosy, but also like recognizes that you're her kid. We're kind of like, oh, all right. Well, I look forward to potentially meeting whoever you're so occupied with that you can't spend time with your family. Maybe at dinner next week, maybe, possibly.
You want to set a dinner? That's
well. I just think if you're so occupied that you're spending all of your time at the ball instead of with your family, that it sounds like it's getting very serious. So. But I'm just your mother, so whatever you wish.
We'll have to speak to them
Alright.
to know if that is a possibility.
Well, I look forward to hearing about it.
Yes. Me too. Yes. I look forward to telling you about it.
Alright, well, I need to get to bed with your mother. Because, she can't sleep if I'm not there. And very sensitive about their eye bags, so...
Oh, I have the cold jellies in the fridge.
Oh, do you?
Them,
Wonderful.
Yes.
What would I do without you, Camille?
Could I actually steal some? I have a friend that's been crying.
Oh, goodness. Is everything alright?
Yes, no, that's just... I didn't mean to say that. Yes, they're fine.
Alright.
Yeah, it's a ball and, love affairs and it's just...
Of course.
You're drinking and it just happens,
Completely understand that. Yes, of course. Take whatever you need, darling, of course.
Perfectly fine.
Alright, well, I'm off. And you see your mom kind of looks at Gina, and you see, like, Gina's impulse to be like, I'm gonna stay out later, and then kind of, like, catches a look from your mom and just... I'm also going to bed.
Okay.
Unless you're doing anything fun, Camille, and you need help with whatever fun thing you're doing. And then I could do that, because really that's spending time with family, and that's, like you've said, more valuable than gold.
Yes. I need you to stay up. You're an adult. Can you not just stay up if you want to?
I kind of like looks at your mom, and you see your mom like arches a brow a little bit, and she's just, yes, no, yeah, I'm a little too drunk to answer that. I think in a safe way.
Yes. Well, yes. I need you to stay up with me.
Well, I suppose if I must. I see Gina just starts breezing out of the room like without further comment, and your mom just kind of sighs and goes, "Right, you kids. All right, well, darling, if you need anything, I will be asleep. So wait till morning, unless it's an emergency, in which case I'm always here for you because I love you.
Love you too. Sleep well.
You too." And just kind of leans in and I think runs a finger across your cheek and presses 2 little kisses to your cheeks, and then breezes out of the room as well. And this is about the time that text from Elise comes through as well, which you're not in the danger zone, but you do get the text from Elise saying that Astra is on the move.
Ooh, perfect. She's nosy though.
And you also get a 2-second voice note that you just hear one of the her signs be like, "Incredible ball, Your Highness, it was just a wonderful," and that's what you hear. God. And you hear dishes kind of clattering as people start.
She saves it for her next gabbing.
Incredible. 100%, yeah. Is there anything else that either of you would like to do before beginning to make your way towards the tavern?
She just goes to the fridge and swipes those little eye bag things. I think she swipes just a few of them. I feel like she needs a couple people might need them.
Yeah. 100%. As you're kind of in your fridge rooting around, I think you see a berry too starts does that. I don't know if anyone else's pets do this, but Ranger does this all the time. Where you open the fridge and then between your legs you just see a little nose start peeking into the fridge as these big eyes just look up into the fridge at the things in there.
Oh God! Oh my God! What do you eat? You're a bird. Do you want oats?
Just looks at you.
You're not constantly a bird. Do you want I have deli meat. Do you want turkey?
I think here's the thing. I, James, don't know what sound peacocks make, so we're all just gonna run with this, okay? I think as you're kind of listing things for several of them, go and when you name something, and then you'll say the next thing, I won't say anything, and then you'll move on and be like, and just as you name things, kind of gives you a little list of food items that Barry would like to try as a brand new little guide to the world. Yeah, it's the most oddest assortment. It's the weirdest looking charcuterie board that they've ever seen in their freaking life. 100%. Yeah. Perfect. Incredible. Elise, is there anything you're grabbing from your room or anything like that?
I think Elise will probably stop in and grab a picture of Gordy.
Yeah. There's a lot in here now. A lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one of a candid she has of him sitting at their little lake in their 2 chairs that she has tattooed him in that location. She'll bring that with.
I love that. As you're in here, you notice there is no sign that Herb was ever here in this room. Not to make it sad. It's more to be. But your cat is here, and your cat rubs on your legs very happily and purrs.
Hello,
are you taking the cat? I'm assuming you're leaving the cat. Is the cat coming with?
I don't think a cat would do well in the dreaming, but I don't know anything about cats, so maybe Mom right.
I love that it was I don't know anything about cats and not I don't know anything about the dreaming and alternate plane of existence where that's deeply powerful and incredibly funny. There's also with the amount of castle staff around and stuff, there's people who can take care of your cat if you want to leave them behind.
Perfect. I'll write a little note for whoever takes care of Lisa's rooms and just be please make sure to feed and change Wampus's litter. I will be out for a few days. Signed, Head Archivist.
Yeah, absolutely. And the both of you can start making your way into town. Aelia and Lark, is there anything that you would like to do before you start heading towards the tavern?
Are we gonna look at the map?
You can if you'd like to.
Map time?
Yeah, I think they'll do that before they go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before we take it out in a crowded tavern.
What are you guys looking for on the map?
I think I completely blanked on my own fucking name. Locke is the guy I'm playing. I
so
think
true.
Locke, kind of still feeling a little bit awkward and pink from the previous encounter, kind of clears their throat and kind of pushes the open notebook towards Tavia and is
You know Isabella the best, obviously. I just do you have any keeps it like looking at Alia and then looking away like you've made me weird now. Why would you do that?
I think like the second time this happens, like when you look down, Tavia looks up at you, Alia, and just like doesn't say anything, but gives you a little bit of a look of like, what the fuck happened in here? And then we'll return to looking at Lark.
Just like perfectly pleasant expression, not at all worried about it. Definitely like kind of rests a hand. It's just a little bit like I've got the rock, bitch. Energy.
Incredible.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Good. She's marked. You know, several. You know this already. We already looked at what. Knowing her, do you know whether maybe which she would have chosen? If you want my thoughts,
sure.
is most likely the one indicated in the Dust Court, because as we all know this, she is potentially romantically involved with the former queen, so would potentially make sense. Hence, and also.
Aurora, yes.
Exactly. Yes.
And yes, she. So that Bella.
However, and I'm sure we've already all deduced this as well. It's not really an option for us, given the aforementioned the Queen stuff.
I'm so sorry. What was the question that you're asking me?
In your opinion, maybe what. Can you decide for a second choice out of all of these?
Yeah, I can do that for you. I think kind of gives you like I think in this sort of way that you guys are taking turns being awkward around each other, Tavia like gets a little more stable and normal in the sight of whatever is happening here, and you see like just a hint of a little smile on their faces. They like they're not trying to give you what the fuck is wrong with you eyes. You're getting that a tiny bit in a fond way, and then Tavia we'll look at the map, and I think are you guys seated at the table now? Or are you guys still on the ground? What's the vibe?
I think we're at the table.
Yeah, we're still on the ground, together.
I had the right image. I think,
Lux like planted his hands on the.
And as you should. Everyone needs a little bit of floor time when you have an existential crisis. You know what I mean? I think like even at this point, as like you guys have this map between the two of you, and Tavia has come to stand like next to you. I think Tavia like. Not so much, it's like 50-50 on purpose. Like makes a show of like, as he's standing like leaning over the map a little bit, so they're like a little bit closer to you than is absolutely necessary, Lark. And leaning down to the map and just, okay. Well, first of all, I want to mention when you kind of like turns to look at you, Lark, and again is a little bit closer than it probably should be, but just sort of like overestimated a little bit.
I mean, when you an arm around Alia.
I think Ayla will kind of like give their shoulder a little squeeze, but then we'll also like kind of like lean into the map. Like she's definitely going a little bit like this, looking at this like a battle map kind of situation. So she's fucking is trying to like, I'm fucking here for this, I guess, but I'm just gonna be locked in on this map and not look at anybody. The people who are looking to me for help, they will not find it in this moment.
I'm obsessed with the image of like putting an arm around you and leaning closer to you, and then you immediately pushing Lark in closer.
Just a little bit of like,
in the middle of these two. Yeah.
I think you see Tavia kind of turns to look at Lark and goes, I mean, when you were talking to that like water guy thing, the water thing after the fight, you know, on the beach by my ship, there was the water thing, and you talked to the water thing. You remember that?
Spirit, water spirit.
Right, the water spirit. They listed one that's not on here. Just as a note, so we also have that potentially, but we don't know shit about that. However, looking at these, I mean, obviously, like, Dust Court, probably not going to be the most helpful. I think, you know, like Bella has written here, that the Wishing Lock Spring Court people it's kind of a closed community. I don't know how much luck we'll have, especially since we don't have the, like, king-queen pull situation. No offense. Sorry, I know that's raw, but just to be, like, honest.
Honestly, the longer you could have just mentioned it and moved on, but the longer you talk about it, the worse it gets. So
sorry, that's why you're for being sensitive. My bad. Next time I'll just start. Yeah, don't worry about it. Anyway, So, I mean, I think that, we can either take our chances with the one the water spirit was talking about, which was sort of like near the ocean, or we have kind of like dots of finger on the map over where it says the lavender circle. This one, which, I mean, it says it's unstable, but we know it works for Luca's parents. And we have Luca, so maybe that's something. And also, you guys are all, like, really good at magic, so probably, like... And I'm good at breaking into things. So, like, how hard could it be,
Yes.
I think
Did
that
that answer
either of those are good options. I think that the lavender circle might be our best bet, because if it is unstable, then it might be one that they're not particularly watching or guarding with any
And
significant
also possibly
attention.
where Venus went.
Probably.
Yeah, maybe. And you guys would also know it's the closer of the two.
Yeah.
In, like, travel time. Not by, like, a huge amount, but... So, yeah, and I think here to be able, like, stand up fully. Just, so, yeah, I mean, like,
Excellent! Well done! Gives you like a weird masculine clap on the shoulder. Just
Thank you. Very happy to be helpful, as indicated.
most helpful. Yes.
Most helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of being helpful, I think it's not perfect, but I've got kind of as close to 5 packs as we can get, so we're good for travel. I think having horses or something will definitely help with carrying stuff, because again, no offense, but some of this party doesn't exactly seem like the hiking type. So I don't know how much of the carrying big backpacks. I mean, I kind of like nods at you, Alia. You'll be fine, but
Yeah, I can take 2 if we have to.
okay,
Yeah, horses might still be helpful.
yeah. Or fuck it, Luca can steal a dragon, I guess.
I guess so.
That would probably
I
get
didn't
out
get to
of
see
this.
Sunny today.
Who?
Another time. One of the dragons. He's just
You have a
magical.
dragon?
Alias.
I'm fabulously
cool.
wealthy. Yes.
If I move here, can I have a dragon? Because I'm the most helpful. Can that be my price for being most helpful? Can I have a
No.
dragon? Fuck. That's
No.
okay. They kind of scare the shit out of me anyway, so it's probably for the best.
Hmm.
Okay, so tavern time.
I could use a drink. Yeah, tavern time.
Yeah, and I think here, like, kind of gives you a little side eye, Lark. It just, I think maybe we could all use a drink. Seems like.
Lark's just remembered that their mom's there and goes, yes. Okay.
That was the tiniest, most clipped yes I've ever heard. Yes. God damn. Yeah, incredible. You guys can start making your way for the tavern. And soon enough, you can all meet standing right outside. You approach the Lasting Dance, which is the local tavern in Acorn. You see very much like, it's also an inn, but the lights in the tavern specifically are like golden and bright, as a lot of people have sort of brought the after party to the Lasting Dance. There is a hand-painted wooden sign kind of hanging out in front by the door, and you can see what looks like a kind of drawn little mushroom circle in grass, and you see there is like one kind of like masculine figure who appears to be like mid-dance, and across from him is like a skeletal figure who appears to be mid-dance as they are dancing together in this mushroom circle. And all of you can meet up outside of it.
Can I very quickly rewind the tiniest
Absolutely,
bit?
of
I meant
course.
to have done something when looking at this journal. Having recently looked at the portrait of Cordelia, can Lark look again at the picture of Flint and try and see if there is any
Yes.
resemblance?
I think very easily. 100% related.
Interesting. Okay. That's all.
No, that's good.
Also, can I send my letter? Can I just like?
Yes, absolutely. You
Okay.
can do so.
Cool. Yeah.
Will you
I'm
send
good,
me the letter again?
Yeah, I will absolutely.
have to be right
I'll
now,
type it up
but-
for you. Yeah.
Lark has also written a letter to Laurel, and also a letter to Maristella, letting her know where Ambrose is, that they figured this out, and that we're going to please keep an eye on the situation, but we're going to leave him be for now. And also, can you pass this on to my sister?
Perfect. Hell yeah, you can send that off. And yeah.
Hello, everyone.
So,
Hello?
drinks.
Yes. Also,
Drinks.
here. Some of your
Did it go okay, by the way? Everyone good? You guys didn't like get caught by Astra, and they're gonna get replaced. I don't know how queens work.
Replaced?
I don't know. I just wanted. That was. Did everything go okay, you guys?
Yes,
They wouldn't tell us.
Shit, you're right.
Well, I can tell you that I was not replaced, and she is grateful that I came and gave my congratulations, and
Nice.
she's going to perhaps. Pig just absolutely biffed it, jumping on my bed. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Yeah, but we are going to try and keep in touch a little bit, so I can send messages. Kind of look over at Luca and is like, I'll save that information for a time when I can tell you alone. And so perhaps I will be able to continue in illusion of complete trust and friendship. They're both very tired. Very.
They looked it. You know,
Well,
you guys also look
consequences.
a little tired. So I got you little eye bag thingies. Here you go. That helps you. It just cools down underneath the eyes and helps. Here you go. Take one test down.
God. Yeah. Ellie, who's very familiar, is like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Luck inspects it, like opens their mouth, is like,
Nope.
No.
No.
No. Right underneath the eyes, right there. Right here. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Perfect.
Oh, wow, that's very soothing.
Yes.
Interesting.
Perfect. 20 minutes, 25 minutes. It should help you brighten everything up. Yes. Elise, I got one for you too.
Oh, thank you. Elise will take it, but I don't think Elise will put it on. Just put it in a
I think-
pocket.
Camille's like sees it, goes into the pocket and goes,
What?
you were like
I fought very hard for my eye bags. I fought for them, and I like to keep them.
Oh,
Thank
like
you.
oh, sure. Yes, no. It's just you were crying earlier, so I just thought it would soothe and help with the heat and calming down of the tears.
Thank you. If I need them in the future, I will absolutely use them. But I think now it is going to be to our advantage if I continue to look a little bit run down and sad.
Sure. Yes, of course. I think Camille's like in her head doing like, I got this one wrong, but that's how I love. I don't know how to do this. Like trying to figure out like she got those things like specifically for Elise, so it going into the pocket is like, oh fuck. Okay. What else have we discovered? We've done what we need to do. We've got the horses ready, or
I've sent a letter to Cordelia. We looked over the list of potential entry points, and we think that the one at the Lavender Druid Circle might be our best bet.
nice. Okay, Druid Circle. How far is that?
James, how far is that?
Just to
Like,
clarify,
okay.
we decided on horses or dragon?
Horses.
Horses.
You think it'll probably be like maybe a 3-day ride?
3 days.
Shit! Alright.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah, getting deep in there.
Yeah. Well,
3
I
days.
have a couple of steeds.
Which should be clear is like taking time for resting and camping and stuff as well. Not like 3 days straight, but
Okay.
Okay.
do we not have the ability to teleport?
if anyone here has teleport, like the spell,
I
you
wonder
can.
if she can prepare it. Camille,
I
Yeah,
have-
not prepared.
Well, I have my crazy thing.
That is true.
That I used to transport us all to the farm. I believe that's only a mile away, though. However, I do have the spell Wind Walk.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Ooh! That should help.
Mm-hmm.
Speed us up a bit. God, as funny as
We-
committing Grand Theft Dragon would be,
Oh,
like, that
last-
will absolutely...
It's a good
8
bit.
hours, and we have a flying speed of 300 feet.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, hell yeah.
I can't do math, but that would definitely be faster.
Okay. We
I'll
can
figure out what that means if you do that.
Discussion
between days.
about horses then, just because Lark would have known that he had that, even if I
absolutely.
don't have a brain.
You don't want to wind walk a horse?
Probably not, no. Yes, no, I'm very happy to turn us all into gas. Yep. No problem.
Right. And how that'd be like not even a day's travel, but then would it?
I'm gonna do the math between sessions, but let's say probably like roughly day, probably like a day.
A day.
Because you can also go like over hill. I'll get back to you.
It's a straight shot, yeah.
Definitely faster. I'll get you the time in the next
the crow
2
flies.
weeks.
Yeah.
The crows? Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. If we can do
Nadette's
the math
ears
on
are
that-
burning.
Let's see if I can pack the trunk. Okay. Perfect.
So, but I do need to rest before I can do that. So tonight is a night for something. Sorry. That I tried to sound more jovial. It's just not happening right now.
No, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
You'd be a bit of a madman if you're a bit jovial right now, so.
I know.
See? Oh.
Right, well, sounds to me like maybe what we need is a drink or a couple, maybe?
Yes.
Perhaps?
I think
Your adventure?
Camille grabs Alia's pointer finger that she just put out and then pulls up her hand and like looks at the new ring that's on it. Oh! That's new.
What? Yeah. You are not married in this time, are you?
Not currently, but
I think we can safely say engaged. And the little bud, the little like pink flower bud that's on Alia's ring, there's a couple like spring flowers in the same color, like just starting to bloom through like the temples of hair.
Oh my god! Oh, this is so exciting! Free drinks. My friends are engaged.
My mother's in there.
I'm so sorry. Oh, sorry. You should probably.
That's alright.
Yes.
Probably.
Yeah,
Or we could just not.
Oh,
Well,
right.
That might be confusing. I
She
don't
would
know.
need to know if you're getting married in this life, you know.
Well, I don't intend on staying here, Camille. Anyway, let's go.
Incredible. All of you can step into the hustle and bustle of the lasting dance. And I think that is where we're going to call our session today. Thank you all so much for joining us. Be sure to come back in 2 weeks to see what more gay shenanigans occur in our last session in Pride Month. And I think that's all for today. Until we see you again, sweet dreams.